Well, good afternoon, everyone, from Regency Furniture Stadium. This has indeed been a strange weekend here at Southern Maryland. The Barnstormers came down here, and Southern Maryland returned home, and the two ball clubs expected to clash head-to-head to determine which team is the first half champion in the Atlantic League. Well, Mother Nature had other plans for yesterday. It rained and rained and kept raining after the two clubs settled in at the ballpark last night, and overnight it rained an incredible amount here in Southern Maryland. So last night's game was rained out. Now, all along, the Barnstormers had been told, and talking to the folks here at Southern Maryland, they had been told that if last night's game was rained out, it would simply be made up tonight, and we would be here at 6:35 to determine a first half champion. That all changed during the final hour or so before the game was rained out last night, and the determination was made based on a forecast for today that never came to fruition, that we would postpone that game until the 14th of August, and that's when it will be played. The Barnstormers will come back down here on an off day for the makeup game against the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs, and fortunately, as the schedule falls, it should line back up to have Brad Bergeson and Daryl Thompson as the opposing starting pitchers for the game that night. They'll also be the opposing starting pitchers in game one of what is a doubleheader tonight. These are two 7-inning second half games. So the Barnstormers and Southern Maryland back to work to try and win the second half, something that is extremely important right now to both of these ball clubs because they don't have that playoff berth secured. So the Barnstormers tonight will have Brad Bergeson in game one, Tommy Shirley in the second game of the doubleheader, a pair of 7-inning games, and then we'll wrap up this series at 2 o'clock tomorrow.
It could get a little aggravating.
After you juggle the kids, sports, homework, housework, and squeeze in a moment for yourself, there isn't much time left to plan activities to keep your family having fun together. So give yourself a break and head to Strasburg Railroad, where the 45-minute steam train ride is just the beginning. There are family-friendly train events, vintage baseball, shop tours, a steampunk weekend, plus our popular Day Out with Thomas trains. The fun is as endless as your imagination. Reserve your tickets at strasburgrailroad.com.
It's a new season with a new manager, but Gockenauers is still here supporting your 2017 Lancaster Barnstormers. Hi, I'm Adam Gockenauer, and I want you to know Gockenauers is committed to serving you and our local community in everything we do. We've been in business for 68 years and are 4 generations strong. Stop in today to see how appliance and grill shopping can be a pleasant experience and save you money at the same time. I'll be back after the Dugout Report to tell you about our special events this season.
Welcome back to this edition of the Gockenauer Home Appliances Dugout Report in the midst of what has turned out to be a very strange weekend here at Regency Furniture Stadium. Tonight, 2 7-inning games that are second-half games. And joining me is Rico Noel, the Barnstormers' second baseman and center fielder, and I guess one game at each tonight.
Oh, yeah. Looking forward to this, finally getting back on the field, and hopefully this weather holds up and we can get a couple games in.
Yeah, there had been such a buildup for 26 days in Garrett Weber's walk-off home run back on July 2nd to draw us into the tie for the first half title. And now, we've got to wait again, another 17 days. How disappointing is that?
Yeah, sometimes it could get a little aggravating, but, just because of the buildup and the anticipation of playing that game, but we've been waiting for it for a couple weeks and now it's not here. So obviously it can get a little frustrating just because of the anticipation, but it is what it is, and we'll wait on August 14th. We'll get out there and do our best to get it done.
This ball club's come out of the All-Star break and done extremely well. I mean, you and the rest of the guys have to be very happy with what's going on right now.
Oh, definitely. With the amount of guys that we've gotten picked up out of here, and the guys we've had to kind of scramble to replace guys, and sometimes we've been low on the number of players we've had, and we continue to win. So obviously we have a great group of guys that helps us in the skip and the other coaches. So it's definitely great to be able to lose kind of a lot of guys and still be able to go out there and compete at a elite level.
A great series for this ball club as a whole against the New Britain Bees 4 days earlier this week. And, that was just great baseball at times, using the long ball and a lot of the time little ball.
Yeah, I mean, our team is well equipped for that. I mean, we can do a lot. I don't think we've been very great at getting bunts down sometimes in certain parts of the game, but I mean, we can hit a homer and we can steal a base. So I mean, you can do both of those things, and it definitely helps a lot.
Got to ask you a play that happened on Monday night, the winning run in the 8th inning, getting a read on a ball that got away from James Skelton. Actually, it didn't, but he thought it did. How did you read that to make sure he wasn't just bluffing?
I mean, you just got to read the angle out the pitcher's hands. I mean, it's going to hit the dirt before it hits the dirt. So if you're paying attention to that, and it's going to hit the dirt before it hits the dirt, you're already one step ahead. So I just saw it about to hit the dirt, and obviously I was getting my momentum going, and once it did, and it just got away just a little bit, but I was already on my horse, and so I was able to get in there pretty easily.
I guess as it turned out, you probably would have scored on a fly ball later on in the inning, so it was a gamble that you took, but exciting play and got it done and got the club the win.
I wouldn't call it a gamble. I mean, if you saw the play, it's just like I was standing up easy, and there was not even a throw. So it's more it's a gamble if you're not paying attention. If you want to just read it after the ball hits the dirt, or read it after the ball hits the catcher, and you're guessing on how far it is away, but when it's calculated, it's there's no gamble in it. It's literally impossible when you do it the right way. So
yeah, that's, I guess, being a smart base runner and knowing your craft, and so much of that has factored into the fact that you have the 31 stolen bases at this point, and you've only been playing a couple of months. It's a pretty high total.
Oh yeah, definitely. It's something I take pride in, and I try to be the best at it, regardless of if it's today in a doubleheader, if it's August 14th in a playoff game, if it's reading a dirt ball in a 6-0 ball game, or if it's reading a dirt ball in a 1-1 ball game. I try to take a lot of pride in that, and as long as I continue to do that on a daily basis, I mean, I help my team win, and that's really what it's about. As long as I keep that focus up and help this team win by using my speed, I think that we'll be in a good spot.
A lot of it is familiarity with pitchers too, in terms of stealing bases.
Oh, definitely. Early on in the year, it's pretty tough actually to when you haven't seen guys, you don't have a book on guys, you don't know what they do, you don't know their tendencies. But as you get more familiar with them, it definitely helps. I mean, the more information you have, the easier it is to go out there and execute your game plan on a base pass.
Yeah, there was actually a play against New Britain at home, and I think a lot of fans misunderstood it. You were caught stealing for the final out of a ball game, but that was a gamble you had to take, but you'd never seen Sean Gilblair's move.
Oh yeah, definitely. That was a gamble that I was willing to take. Obviously Skip wanted me in there and wanted me to go. So, him having that confidence in me to go out there and in a pressure situation do that. You're not always going to be successful, but that's a learning curve. And it was one of those situations where I felt like I needed to go, and it was still a bang bang play on a pickoff move. So, like I said, it was just a gamble, and it didn't work out. But next time it will.
Yeah, I thought, given the situation, it was a must. Yeah. But without ever having seen a guy's move, you didn't quite know exactly what was coming. I don't think you'd even seen him on the mound at all at that point, let alone as a runner at first base. Yeah, I mean, well, we knew a little bit of what he did, but again, like when you haven't seen it recently or hadn't got a lot of reps out of it, it is a lot tougher. So, I mean, that's the difference here. It's like, you don't have video on guys and stuff like that, but when you do, it's definitely not as much of a risk. It's more of it's not even, I guess you could say, an educated guess, but I would say it's even better than that, because it's more calculated, and the more calculated you can get it, obviously the better your chances of being successful. Do you find left-handed pitchers or right-handed pitchers have better pickoff moves, or can it go either way?
They're completely different. I mean, it's hard to steal off lefties, honestly, for the most part, when you're elite base stealer, when attention's on you, because at any time they can pick off. Sometimes they take the risk of even balking just for the simple fact that they just saw you take off, and they know you're going to steal the base. So with righties, it's obviously easier to steal off of righties. Their backs turned to you, so I mean they don't know as much of what's going on. Backs turned to you. And so lefties, it's definitely a lot tougher. But once you get more reps off of lefties, once you have video on them, once you know what they do, it gets a little easier. So
let's look at the defensive part of the game. You hadn't played the infield much since college. You getting more and more comfortable at second base? Yeah, definitely. Earlier in the season, I mean, it was pretty tough to go out there and feel like I have that, that same comfort that I do in center field and the outfield. Obviously not playing the infield, but probably 5 innings in my whole pro career. It was different. But again, I've done it before, and all it is like they say, it's like riding a bike. So, but you got to get on that bike and get to moving a little bit before you get comfortable again. So I got on that bike and got to moving more and more, and now it feels very good. I go out there and it's pretty much it's home for me now. I played second base way more than I played the outfield. I've only played a handful of games in the outfield. So, but that's what I wanted to do here, and I think that helps our team be able to to maneuver a little better. Ross can do a lot more with the lineup, me being able to play the infield, and especially we've been shorthanded more in the infield than we have in the outfield. So me being in the infield is definitely better for the team at this point. How's it been going from Vlad to Nate as your double play partner? Oh, it's been great. I mean, obviously I miss Vlad, but Nate stepped in very well, and he's been tremendous, man. He's coming, he's swinging the bat, he's played solid D. I mean, I don't think we could ask for anything else out of him. He stolen bases. I mean, he's hit a bomb already. Like, I don't think we could have asked for more out of Nate, and he's been tremendous, man. And I've already told him plenty of times, like, wow, man, just keep it up. Don't let up. He's coming here to fill that role. Rico, thanks for taking time out tonight. Good luck in both ends of the doubleheader, and we'll see you tomorrow. All right. Thank you. Rico Noel joining me tonight on the Gocknauer Home Appliances Dugout Report. I'll be back with the starting lineups for Game 1 in just a moment right here on the Lancaster Barnstormers YouTube channel.
Another great dugout report. Adam Gocknauer from Gocknauer Appliances back with you again to remind you to please stop by our showroom in East Petersburg to see all the best appliance brands on the market today. Brands like GE, Maytag, Whirlpool, Speed Queen, and Fisher & Paykel. We not only can save you money on your purchase, but provide you with our own service, delivery, and installation. Join our family and let us show you how fun appliance shopping can be. Gocknauer's in East Petersburg.
Hey Barnstormers fan, be in the know as soon as it happens. We have a number of social media options for you to stay in touch with everything Stormers. Know what Silo's up to, the latest player moves, game results, schedule changes, and be the first to get in on surprise flash deals. Or simply buy our tickets or ask us questions. So like us on Facebook, follow us on Twitter or Instagram, watch us on YouTube, and be a part of the growing Barnstormers family on social media.
Southern Maryland Blue Crabs already hitting the field. Looks like we're going to be a moment or two ahead of schedule for this evening's doubleheader. Right-hander Daryl Thompson on the hill. He'll be facing a lineup that will be led off by center fielder Rico Noel. Trayvon Robinson batting second as the DH. Steve Clevenger at first base hitting third. The cleanup batter is the right fielder Cole Garner. Sean Halton will bat fifth and play third base. Garrett Weber, the second baseman, batting sixth. Then Nate Coronado at short. Lasting Smillage in left. And Anderson De La Rosa doing the catching. Right now, we'll send you down to the field and tonight's opening ceremonies.
Fans, please remain standing as we welcome Brian Harper as he honors America with his rendition of the national anthem. Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly whose bright stripes and bright stars through the perilous fights, for the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming. And the rockets red glare of bursting air came through the night that our land was still there. Whoa, say does that star-spangled banner wave? Oh, the land of the free and the home of
ball game's going to have to go a ways to top that tonight. That was absolutely marvelous, gentleman by the name of Brian Harper, and now will fall silent as the color guard leaves the field. Welcome back from Regency Furniture Stadium as the Lancaster Barnstormers take on the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs in the first of a doubleheader, the first of a three-game weekend series here. And again, these are all second-half games now, as the Atlantic League declared last night, just before the decision was made to call off last night's game due to the persistent rains. It only got worse as the night went on last night. We gave you the Barnstormers batting order. Here is the lineup for Southern Maryland. It will be Jose Losada leading off at second base. The shortstop batting number 2 is Edwin Garcia. L.J. Hose will bat third and play left. Michael Snyder is the cleanup hitter and first baseman. Corey Vaughn is in center field. He is batting fifth. Alex Glenn, who is brand new to the ball club, will bat sixth. He's the DH. The right fielder is Zach Cohn batting seventh. Luis Allen will be doing the catching and batting eighth. Patrick Palmero is at third base. He is batting in the number 9 slot with Daryl Thompson on the mound. This is not the lineup that manager John Harris had posted for last night, but the reason it changed, Corey Vaughn, one of the top players on that ball club, was actually going to miss last night's game with a bout of food poisoning, but he was well enough to get back in the lineup tonight, and a lot of things, the bottom 5 in the order, shifting around for the Blue Crabs here tonight. On the hill is Daryl Thompson, and as Thompson goes, so go the Blue Crabs in almost any game he starts. He can be up and down. When he is on, he's probably the best pitcher that the Atlantic League has to offer. The Barnstormers have seen him several times over the years, and Lancaster is 5-5 against Thompson, as Thompson is 5-5 this year. This season especially, he has been much better here at home. He is 4-1 with an earned run average of just 2.35 here at Regency Furniture Stadium this year. On the road, the numbers are flipped. He is 1-4 with a 5.94 earned run average, and that's why he was the choice by John Harris to pitch in that decisive game last night that now has been pushed back another 17 days. Backing up Thompson defensively, Patrick Palmero at third, Edwin Garcia, the shortstop, Jose Losada at second, Michael Snyder at first, L.J. Hose, Corey Vaughn, and Zach Cohn, the outfield from left to right. Luis Allen is doing the catching. Thompson, a local guy, a one-time Cincinnati Red reliever, hails from La Plata, Maryland, just down the road from here. 6 feet tall, 185 pounds. He is 31 years of age. Here is Rico Noel, our pregame guest. The Barnstormers center fielder here in Game 1. Bo Amaral will be back out there in Game 2 of our twin bill this evening. Our umpiring crew has Tim Detweiler calling balls and strikes. Chris Richards is at first base. Brian DeBrouwer making the calls over at third. Here is the motion. Thompson ready to go, and the first pitch to Rico, cut on and fouled away. The Barnstormers center fielder down a strike at his 0-1. Thompson, 110 hits allowed in 106 2/3 innings. He has walked only 17 batters this year, and he has struck out 82. The right-hander ready to go. Here comes the 0-1. Swung on and missed by Noel, and the count 0-2 strikes. The Barnstormers countering with Brad Bergeson tonight, and the way Brad's been throwing, the way Thompson has been throwing at home, you might expect a low-scoring ball game. 0-2 to Noel. Thompson ready to go, and the pitch. Ground ball on the left side, dug up by the third baseman, Palmero. He's got a chance at a play, and it's not in time. Noel speeding down the line, beats it across. The Barnstormers have their leadoff man aboard. Now the question is, how is the track? The field, for the most part, has been covered, so the infield really shouldn't have accumulated much of the water that has fallen here at Southern Maryland over the last 24, 26 hours. Trayvon Robinson, the designated hitter, coming to the plate. Robinson checks in at 273 with 5 home runs, 24 runs batted in. Noel beating the throw from Patrick Palmero aboard on the infield base hit. Thompson will go to work on Robinson, switch hitting outfielder in as the designated hitter here in game 1. He takes a strike at his 0-1. Thompson has split this, is 1-0 against the Barnstormers, but he has certainly split outings. A very good one, 8 shutout innings here at Regency Furniture Stadium. He got hit pretty hard in Lancaster, giving up 6 runs in 6 innings, but no decision. A game Southern Maryland won 12-9 in extra frames. 1 strike, the count on Robinson. Thompson doing his best to hold Noel at first. Rico 31 steals. He's been caught 4 times. Noel out to a lead. He's fully back after fouling a ball off his shin the other night. He's going to go. The pitch is low. The throw by Allen in pretty good shape, but not in time. Noel, head first slide, beating a very accurate throw by Luis Allen. 32nd stolen base for Rico, and now he is just 1 shy of Darian Sanford, who's been gone now for about 6 weeks and still leading the league with 33 steals, but Noel right on the doorstep. No balls, 2 strikes. Meanwhile, the count on Trayvon Robinson. Steve Clevenger, the first baseman, waits on deck, and then Cole Garner. Noel leads off second base. Thompson from the stretch. He's going to throw behind Noel, and Rico is back in. The ball trickling free from the shortstop, Edwin Garcia. No balls, 2 strikes. The continuing count on Trayvon Robinson. Trying to at least get Noel to third base, if not produce the first run of the evening. Ross Peoples coaching third. Josh Bell is over at first base. Here is the set by Thompson. And to Trayvon, there's the big breaking ball. Strike 3 called. That is Thompson's out pitch. He's got a dandy of a curve. 1 away. Clevenger will step in. Steve at 250, still looking for his first extra base hit. He has knocked in a couple of runs. Clevenger, for the most part, has been going the other way for his base hits. He's yanked a couple around to right field. Wind is blowing out to right tonight, which you don't see very often here in Waldorf, and it's a very deep right field. To Clevenger, it's popped up. He got jammed. The shortstop, Garcia, coming in towards the edge of the grass. He makes the catch, and now it's up to Cole Garner if the Barnstormers are to score here in the first inning. Garner batting .216. He has 2 home runs, 8 runs driven in. Sean Halton backing him up in the Barnstormers batting order. Darrell Thompson is very, very good here at home. And he gets the start tonight. It would have been the championship deciding game. And Thompson was a very good selection by John Harris. They've also got depth in their starting rotation. They've got Gabby Hernandez. They've got Brian Grenning. They've got Drew Hayes. It's been a good staff. It's why they're in the situation they're in. Noel's going to take off for third. The pitch is inside. The throw is late, and it is stolen base number 33 for Rico. He ties Darian Sanford for the league lead. We were talking about stealing bases with him on the Dugout Report tonight, in case you hadn't tuned in yet. He's gotten a couple of nice jumps against Thompson, beating a couple of pretty good throws by Luis Allen. 1 ball, no strikes to Garner. First run of the game now is just 90 feet away. Here's the next offering. Ball hits a ground ball foul that jumps over the ducking Noel. Barnstormers are 13-7. They lead the Freedom Division by a game and a half. Here's in the second half. York in second place at 12-9. Southern Maryland got swept in Somerset, and they're now 8-12, 5 games behind the Barnstormers in the second half. Here's the 1-1 offering, swinging a miss at the fastball, and Thompson is ahead of Garner at 1-2. Darrell Thompson giving him up the infield base hit and a couple of stolen bases, but he looks like the good Darrell Thompson out there so far tonight. The Barnstormers are going to have their hands full. It really goes one way or the other with him. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Garner digging in. Allen giving him the target. Noel up the line from third. Here is the pitch. It's the breaking ball, cut on and miss. Garner gone on strikes, and the Barnstormers are unable to take advantage of Noel's burst of speed here in the opening inning. No runs, 1 hit, no errors. They leave the man at third, and at the end of a half an inning, it is the Barnstormers nothing, and the Blue Crabs coming up.
Localflavor.com, local flavor, localflavor.com, local flavor.
Excuse me, are you saying localflavor.com?
Oh, yeah, it's where I save big bucks on all kinds of things. Home improvement projects, dining out, family fun, electronics, jewelry, clothing. I even bought my wife a fancy spa package for half price.
Half price?
Yep, you know all the deals you find in Clipper Magazine.
I love Clipper Magazine.
Well, they're all on localflavor.com too. And you can get them right on your phone thanks to localflavor.com's mobile app. Here, take a look.
Well, this app is amazing. Look at all these restaurants, amusement parks, car washes.
Exactly. Localflavor.com online, the Local Flavor mobile app, and Clipper Magazine together. It's like a triple play.
Do the cheer again. I'm in.
Localflavor.com, local flavor. Come on, everybody! Localflavor.com, local flavor. Localflavor.com, local flavor.
For the Barnstormers tonight, it is right-hander Brad Bergeson on the hill. Bergeson has given up only 2 runs in 17 innings over his last 3 starts. His record for the season is even now, 6-6 with a 4.03 ERA. Brad's allowed 93 hits in 87 innings. He's walked only 19, and he has struck out 60. So 1-0 is Bergeson against Southern Maryland, a very early season matchup. And he held him to just 3 hits in 8 innings. Here is Jose Losada, switching utility player in the lineup at second base tonight. He takes a strike from Bergeson. It is 0-1, no score. The Barnstormers leaving Rico Noel at third base in the top half of the inning. Bergeson coming back. Losada with a swing and a miss. And very quickly, it's 0-2. Losada, former AAA player in the Washington Nationals organization, who also spent a fair amount of time at Harrisburg. And a valuable commodity because you can move him around. He was supposed to play third base last night. Shifting over to second with the lineup changes for John Harris. Swinging a foul. Losada will remain alive. No balls and 2 strikes. Edwin Garcia and LJ Hose scheduled to follow here in the bottom half of the first inning. Five o'clock start to this doubleheader. Game 2 also will be 7 innings. Here's the motion. And a Losada. It is low. 1 ball and 2 strikes from Bergeson. Sean Halton at third for the Barnstormers this evening. Nate Coronado at short. Garrett Weber handling second. Steve Clevenger at first. The outfield has Lastings Millage, Rico Noel, and Cole Garner left around to right. Anderson De La Rosa is doing the catching. Tyler Clark will have game 2. Ball 2 is outside. 2-2 to Losada. Bergeson unable to put him away to this point after getting ahead in the count. No balls and 2 strikes. Here is the windup. Bergeson ready to go. 2-2 offering. Got him there. A swing and a miss. That is out number 1. Losada gone on strikes. Edwin Garcia will step in. Garcia will check in, batting .255. He has a couple of home runs and has driven in 22. Garcia, right-handed batter the entire way. They've got the newcomer, Alex Glenn, is a left-handed batter. Losada switch hitter. That's it. From the left side of the plate, Devin Rodriguez, their star outfielder. on the shelf at the moment. First pitch strike. It is 0-1 on Garcia. One out, nobody aboard. We're in the lower half of the first inning. Scoreless so far here at Regency Furniture Stadium. Brad Bergeson will come back. That ball is lined over Coronado's head for a base hit to left. 2 hops out the last innings. Millage, Garcia on board. Bergeson and De La Rosa will have to work to keep him close. He's stolen 8, been caught 4 times. LJ Hose will step in. Hose is a local product. He was born in Washington, D.C., lives now in Bowie. 27 years of age. Played most recently in the Baltimore Orioles organization. Infield will set up, double play depth. Hose batting .290 here with 10 runs batted in. Bergeson finds the inside corner against him. He was a 3rd-round pick for the Orioles, was Hose back in 2008. Played in Baltimore and Houston at the major league level. He was in Baltimore after Bergeson left. That's lined towards center field. Charging in is Noel. He is there for the second out. Hit well by Hose, but Noel making the play defensively. He wasn't very far back to begin with and able to scoot in a few steps and make the grab. Now here is the big bopper, Michael Snyder. We have talked so often about how Snyder and Zach Wilson are interchangeable. They bat 3 and 4 typically in this lineup, and between being the first baseman, being the DH, they put up similar numbers. Well, our heart goes out to Zach Wilson, who is out right now and probably out for a significant period of time. We'll get to that after this pitch. Snyder swings and drives the ball deep to left field. Back is Millage, and it's going to be high off the wall. Sprinting toward third is Garcia. Snyder has to hold on at first with a long single. That ball just held right at the very top of that left field fence, and Millage played the carom. It'll bring on Corey Vaughn with runners at first and third, 2 outs. Vaughn batting .266 with 8 home runs and 42 runs batted in. Well, as I was saying, our heart goes out to Zach Wilson. He, within the last week or two, was discovered to have blood clots in his shoulder and has been hospitalized, from what I understand, for a few days. So hopefully he can bounce back from that. One of the top hitters in this league. Swing and a miss by Vaughn. Bergeson tricked him with a breaking ball. It is 0-1. Southern Maryland coming out tonight swinging the bats. The Barnstormers have been hot. Southern Maryland has been struggling. Right now, the Blue Crabs with the opportunity to jump ahead early. The Barnstormers very fortunate. That drive from Snyder stayed in here. Fastball is in too close. 1 ball and 1 strike. Barnstormers are 3-3 in this ballpark this year. They won a 3-game series. They swept it, and then the following week came back and got swept before the rain out. Here's the offering. High fly ball out to shallow left field. Coronado will fade back on this. Nate is there and had to stagger at the last minute, but he holds on. That's the final out. Vaughn is retired. He can't deliver. And for Southern Maryland, no runs, 2 hits, no errors, and 2 runners left on base. Michael Snyder within maybe a foot of a 2-run home run. Instead, the Blue Crabs are unable to score, and at the end of an inning, it is 0-0.
History of our national pastime at the National Baseball Hall of Fame and Museum in Cooperstown. See priceless treasures that will bring your baseball memory. Cooperstown is where you, your family, and your friends can relive baseball's greatest moments and honor the all-time. Plan your family visit today at baseballhall.org.
Federal Tap House have the largest selection of craft draft beers in Lancaster City. They have amazing food to go along with those elite beers. Open every day for both lunch and dinner, their menu has something for everyone, including a special lunch menu available every Monday through Friday, as well as their normal menu. So when you're in the mood for great wood-fried pizzas, handcraft coal-fired burgers, or our all-inspiring duck fat fries, head over to the Federal Tap House. That's the 401 North Queen Street in downtown Lancaster, open by 11:30 every day of the week.
The speed of Rico Noel didn't quite get him around in the top of the first inning. The power of Michael Snyder didn't quite leave the ballpark in the bottom of the first inning. And we have no score. Sean Halton will lead off here in the Lancaster half of the second inning. Halton coming off a big game at New Britain on Thursday with a double, a home run, and 4 runs batted in. He starts the night batting .256. He has homered 17 times, swinging a high fly ball here, but that's into a crosswind. It's toward left center field and setting up L.J. Hose. He will make the catch. Halton with a towering fly ball that never really had a chance, blowing mostly straight out to right field at the moment. Garrett Weber will step in. Garrett batting .302 now with 11 home runs and 38 knocked in. Weber had a 4-hit game at New Britain and started off Thursday night's game hot and then was retired the last 3 times up. Fastball from Thompson. That is good for a strike. It is 0-1. Barnstormers cannot afford to fall behind Thompson here tonight. He looks awfully sharp. Here's the wind and the pitch. Ground ball down the third base line, pulled foul. Weber will trail, no balls and 2 strikes. Shortstop Nate Coronado waiting on deck. But Thompson, when he gets it going, he is generally good for 6 to 8 innings, and you have a hard time getting much off of him. There are games where he is vulnerable to home runs early. Fastball is high to Weber, ball 1 and 2 strikes. Doesn't necessarily seem to be one of them. See if the Barnstormers can an adjustment here. 1 and 2 to Weber. Thompson ready to go. There's the breaking ball, and it's grounded into left for a base hit. It looked like Weber was waiting on it, and it may have hung just a little bit. The Barnstormers get the 1-out base runner. Nate Coronado will step in. Coronado, of course, has been such a pleasant surprise, batting .381. He sits safely in all 9 road games. 5 doubles, 1 triple, 1 home run, and he has driven 9 runs across. We talk about Thompson and the long ball. This year he's given up just 10. He has allowed 22 doubles along the way this season. But he is among the league leaders in innings pitched, 106 2/3 coming into the night. Here is the set. Thompson to the plate, swinging a foul ball straight back off the fastball. It is 0-1. Thompson trying to set that breaking, exactly what Coronado can do with it. And emergency vehicles all over the place in Charles County. We had accidents galore on Route 301 the past couple of days. Got held up getting here yesterday. Hard hit ground ball. That is under the glove of Palmero. It stayed low. And on to second base goes Weber. Coronado is on board. And we'll see how that one is scored. It looked like it took an unnaturally low bounce. And we're seeing base hit posted on the board. We'll go with it. Weber on to second. Coronado aboard at first. Here is left fielder Lastings Millage. 287 for Millage with a home run. And he has driven in 31 for the season. Well, Weber and Coronado finding that same hole over on the left side. Palmero had a chance to start a double play there. Had to have taken a trustworthy hop up into his glove for that to happen. It stayed low to react to it. Digging in. Anderson De La Rosa waiting on deck. Thompson will work out of the stretch. Here's the delivery to Millage. Fastball is high, ball 1. Barnstormers finding a way to have success against Thompson here tonight. Coronado now has hit safely in 10 consecutive road games. Millage batting out of an open stance. He'll close it up as the pitch is on the way. The offering, a strike to the outer part of the plate. Lastings batting at 1-1. Millage hit his first home run of the season the other day at New Britain, Tuesday during the day game in the 9th inning. Been a very consistent performer for the Barnstormers throughout the year. One ball, one strike. Right-hander sets. Thompson to the plate. He is down and in. Millage gains the advantage at 2 balls and a strike. Lastings hitting .329 for the year with runners in scoring position. He's got that opportunity now. Weber, the lead man. Coronado behind him. Time called at home plate, so Lastings can check in with Ross Peoples. I wouldn't think runners would be in motion here with Weber and Coronado, but the Barnstormers are aggressive. They stay put, and the breaking ball misses. Millage has the advantage at 3 balls and a strike. Barnstormers left a runner at third in the opening inning, as did Southern Maryland. Millage, the advantage here, 3-1 the count. 1 out, new vehicles coming through in the background, and we're still out in the woods. The runners go, swinging a fly ball down the right field line by Millage. Charging over on it is the right fielder Cone. He can't get there, but the ball lands foul, which is part of the reason he didn't get there. And the count will go to 3-2 on Lastings Millage. Anderson De La Rosa waiting on deck. Millage trying to drop a ball down the right field line. It would have scored a run had that gotten in. 2 singles in the inning, but it will take more for the Barnstormers to produce some runs here. They're not set up to score a run on an out. 3 balls, 2 strikes. We'll see if the runners get started again. Off second, Coronado leading from first. Daryl Thompson comes set, pitch is fouled to the right once more. This one clearly out of play, so everybody has the chance to just pull up and head back. 3 balls, 2 strikes, deepest count so far. And countered by the right-hander Thompson. Right now, the only game in progress in the Atlantic League is this one. Everything else will get started in another hour or so. Three-two once more, and Thompson bluffs Weber back to second. Daryl Thompson had thrown only 2 balls to the first 7 batters in this game, but 3 to Millage. And the count remains full. A couple of major league veterans going at it here. 3-2 pitch. Runners go once more, and there's a fly ball down the right field line. Twisting foul for the 3rd straight time. Millage stays in. 3-2 against Thompson. Barnstormers trying to win their 6th straight for the first time the entire season. They took the finale against Long Island last weekend behind Bergeson and all 4 in New Britain earlier in the week. Ball club is 10-3 since the All-Star game, and most of it's been on the road. Payoff pitch once again due to Lastings Millage. This time the runners stay put, and there's a sharp ground ball to third. Should be 2. Palmero to Losada back to first. Millage wraps into the 5-4-3 double play after a long at bat. Thompson makes the right pitch at 3-2. This time the runner's not going. I don't think it would have mattered. That ball is hit pretty sharply. No runs, 2 hits, no errors, and 1 man left on base. Bottom half of the 2nd coming up, and still no score. Enjoy great ballpark food at discount prices. The Lancaster Barnstormers offer numerous chances to enjoy your favorite ballpark foods this summer. On Sundays, Burke's hot dogs are only $1 all game long. Hess's Barbecue brings back the all-you-can-eat pig roast on Mondays and all-you-can-eat chicken and ribs on Tuesdays. Tuesdays are also Fill Your Tummy nights at the stadium, where for only $10, you can stuff yourselves with popcorn, hot dogs, fries, nachos, and soda. Upstairs, we have Pets Pizza and Pinball Mondays and Fat Pigs Wing Wednesdays, where you can pair food and beer with a Barnstormers game. Barnstormers baseball, make a night of it.
Silicon, microprocessors, and thousands of lines of code. Raw elements transformed into innovation by Lexus. For a limited time, experience advanced safety technology for yourself at the Lexus Golden Opportunity Sales Event. But hurry, these offers won't last. Now through September 5th. See Bobby Rahal Lexus in Mechanicsburg.
Pair of Major League Finals today. The Yankees upended the Tampa Bay Rays 5-4. That must have happened in the bottom of the ninth inning. Aroldis Chapman ended up being the winning pitcher, and the Angels over Toronto 6-5. 2 games in progress. Los Angeles Dodgers are up 2-1 over the San Francisco Giants. They're in the bottom of the 5th inning. The Dodgers on the way to one of the best records in the history of Major League Baseball. And Seattle with a 3-0 lead through 4 against the Mets. The Dodgers are en route to a 113-win season if they stay at the current pace. Well, here is Alex Glenn leading off, and he takes a strike on the inner part of the plate. It is 0-1. Glenn, as we mentioned earlier, a pickup. It's his first game here, and he is a left-handed batter. The motion, next offering, hit pretty well out toward right center field. Galloping back on this is Garner. He reaches up and makes the catch for out number 1. Alex Glenn's introduction to Regency Furniture Stadium. It's a home run in Lancaster, and an out with plenty of room to spare, even with the wind blowing that way at Regency Furniture Stadium. 1 out on 1 pitch. Here is Zach Cohn, the right fielder. Cohn checks in, batting .268. He has 8 home runs for the year, and he has driven in 40. No score as we play the lower half of inning number 2. Barnstormers with 3 hits, Southern Maryland 2 already. Ferguson to the plate, and he is low to Cohn. Ball 1, no strikes. Luis Allen, the right-handed batting catcher, waits on deck. First of 2 here at Regency Furniture Stadium. Technically, we are making up last night's rescheduled game. Fouled away, and the count is 1-1. The original plan was to make up the May 25th game last night to decide the first half, and then play this doubleheader. And then we were told that this would be the single game if last night got rained out. Then that was changed, and here we are just playing this doubleheader, their second half games. Ferguson works 1-1, swing and a miss at the breaking ball as Cohn let it fly. 1 ball and 2 strikes. John Harris coaching third base for the Blue Crabs. Joe Walsh, Stan Clyburn's really close friend, coaching over at first. Here's a 1-2. The Ferguson pitch, little pop-up behind the shortstop position. Racing in is Noel. He is there to make the catch. We haven't seen Rico that often in center field, as he told you, and he is awfully good out there. That's the second time he's just been able to sprint in. He can cover some ground with all those great wheels he possesses. Catcher Luis Allen will step in. Allen batting .233 with 2 home runs, 25 knocked in. Ferguson getting 2 outs on fly balls here in the second inning. That looked like it was going to drop in. Coronado couldn't get back there, and you looked up, and Noel had come all the way in and made it look easy. Here's the motion, and Allen, the first pitch low. Ball 1, no strikes. Lancaster will have De La Rosa, Noel, and Robinson up in the third. Here's the wine. Ferguson with the 1-0, and this is also hit Rico Noel's way. Easy catch here, gliding several paces over to his left. 8 pitches, 3 fly ball outs for Brad Ferguson. Here in the bottom half of the second inning, we're on our way to the third. There is no score. Lancaster Bible College has been around since 1933, but did you know that they offer degrees in much more than just Bible? LBC offers degrees in criminal justice, business, professional counseling, and more, as well as graduate and seminary degrees in areas like Christian care, chaplaincy, education, and leadership studies. To learn more about LBC and the programs they offer, visit lbc.edu. That's lbc.edu.
Enjoy baseball and music this summer at Clipper Magazine Stadium. No matter what your taste in music might be, we have a night for you. Rock, oldies, country, funk, jazz. We have it all covered over 8 weekend nights this season. Each of those evenings will kick off with a Barnstormers game at 6:30. Following the baseball action, music will take the spotlight to complete our entertainment doubleheader. Check your Lancaster Barnstormers pocket schedule or our website at www.lancasterbarnstormers.com to check out the concert dates. Barnstormers Baseball. Make a night of it.
No score as we head into the third, and we're seeing exactly why Daryl Thompson and Brad Ferguson were selected by their respective managers to pitch the first half title game last night, the game that did not take place, but it should set up pretty well. Having won now and the 14th of August, and it's 16 days from now, so just do the quick math, 3 5s plus 1, and these two guys should come back around for that makeup game on the 14th. What is bad about that is that was the only off day for both these ball clubs in a stretch of about 5 weeks. So it's really going to be a grind in the dog days for both the Barnstormers and the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs. Anderson De La Rosa leading off the third. Anderson at 274 with 3 home runs, 31 knocked in. First pitch, a fastball high. Ball 1 from Daryl Thompson. De La Rosa hitting 364 over his last 33 at-bats and driving in some runs. Here's the pitch to him. Strike to the inside corner. Thompson with that pitch that started out toward the middle and then ran back in. Got the inside corner. De La Rosa up there at 1-1. Rico Thompson's allowed 3 hits. He has struck out 2 and gotten a double play. Again, Anderson has the count in his favor, 2 balls and a strike. 2 of De La Rosa's 3 home runs have come against Southern Maryland. Had in the count here at 2 balls, 1 strike. De La Rosa awaiting the pitch from Thompson, a bit of hesitation, and ball 3 is high. 3-1. Thompson can vary his windups, which is part of the effectiveness for a guy from La Plata, Maryland. About 10 miles or so south of here. Maybe not that far. 3-1, and it's ball 4 again high. Anderson De La Rosa aboard with the leadoff walk, a rarity from Thompson, who has averaged only about 1.4 walks per 9 innings over the course of the season. Step in, Rico aboard on an infield base inning. Stole second, stole third, so he's now tied for the league lead. But the Barnstormers could not pick him up from third base. He arrived there actually with 2 outs. Garner struck out to end that inning. De La Rosa's on. Noel could bunt here. Palmero creeps in, and Noel pushes a bunt up the first base side. They're going to have a hard time with this, and Noel will beat it out. The ball fielded by the first baseman, Snyder. Noel was going to beat Daryl Thompson to the bag, and he was going to beat Snyder back there. A push bunt single for Rico Noel. He's 2 for 2 in the ball game. His speed is taking over here. Runners at first and second, nobody out. Trayvon Robinson will step in, and you might see him bunt as well. It was actually pushed a little bit too hard by Noel, but he still beat it out. I think if he over again, he would bunt that a little more softly. It gave Snyder almost a chance to get back to the bag. Noel dove around any possible tag. Right back in the corners again, have to play in against the bunt. Robinson struck out looking his first time up. He's going to square and bunt it back toward the hill, but for Thompson to go anywhere but first base. The out goes 1-3. De La Rosa up the third. Noel advancing to second. The Barnstormers playing little ball here in the third inning. Now it's up to Steve Clevenger. De La Rosa at third. Noel at second with one away. Clevenger popped to the shortstop Garcia back in the first inning. You need at least a deep fly ball here or a ground ball to the infield. They're playing the infielders back, not wanting to give up a second run. They'll concede one here in the third inning. Clevenger digging in. Thompson. Here's the pitch to Steve. Popped up again. This down the third to stay in the ballpark, and lunging backwards is Palmeiro. He'll make the catch. Clevenger has swung at the first pitch from Daryl Thompson, both ABs. Most nights that ball's going to be in the seats, but with the wind blowing out to right field, it kept it. Palmeiro got back there and made an over-the-shoulder catch. If that's Noel at third base, he might try to score. It would have been a tough throw for Palmeiro to get off, but De La Rosa obviously nowhere near as fast as Noel. And the Barnstormers unable to get a run across. Now it is up to Garner, a strikeout victim against the Thompson breaking ball, his first time up. Thompson ready to go. The pitch to Garner, swinging a foul ball straight back. It is 0-1. Lancaster now 0 for 5 with runners in scoring position here tonight. An area in which they're extremely well, by the way, since the All-Star break. They've been 7 out of 17 in the RISP category. 0-1 to Garner. Thompson will deliver. That is swatted foul off to the right. Thompson has Cole set up with a no-ball, 2-strike count. De La Rosa at third, Noel at second. The Barnstormers played it beautifully until that second out. Clevenger, 2 at-bats in a row, popping up the first pitch to the left side. Now here is Garner at 0-2. Thompson ready to go. We'll see if he toys with him or tries to put him straight away. It is high, ball 1. De La Rosa walked. Noel bunted his way on base. Robinson sacrificed, but the Barnstormers haven't been able to get the run home. Garner still with a shot, 1-2. Thompson ready to go. Here's the motion and the pitch. Fastball met and fouled away. It will continue. The Barnstormers have had seemingly a lot of base runners, but Daryl Thompson's pitch count is not extraordinarily high. He's only at 38 for the ball game. Facing his 13th batter because he's gotten some first pitch outs. 1-2. And again to Cole. There's the big curveball, but this time he misses with it high and inside. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Still, if I'm Thompson and Luis Allen, I come back with that breaking ball. Garner's got to figure it out. He's got to guess and he's got to read it. 2 balls and 2 strikes. De La Rosa up the line from third. Noel off second base. Thompson ready to go. Here's a 2-2 fastball. This is met and hit well out to left field. Sprinting back on that is LJ Hose, and he can't keep that ball in play, and it bounces over the wall. That's a ground rule double for Cole Garner. He drives in 2 and the Barnstormers grab the lead. Hose racing back, reached out with the glove for a split second. I thought he made the catch. The ball hit the track, bounced over the wall, and the Barnstormers get that big hit. Garner with his 9th and 10th runs banded in of the season. Sean Halton will step in. Halton with a towering fly ball to left back in the second inning for the first out there. 2-run double for Garner. He stands at second. Thompson working out of the set. Garner bouncing around out there. The pitch to Halton is low. Ball 1 and no strikes. These are the hits that the Barnstormers have been getting in the second half that weren't always there in the first half, and certainly were not there last year. These 2-run hits, they're invaluable. 1 ball, no strikes. The count to Halton. Thompson ready to go. Sean gets ball 2, high and inside. Garrett Weber waits on deck. LJ Hose just couldn't quite get back on that drive by Garner. He hit it really well on the line. Halton waits the 2-0 pitch. Here's the motion, and it's on its way. Fastball pumped to the outside corner for a strike. And it is now 2-1. Lancaster with 5 hits and 2 runs off of Darrell Thompson. Brad Bergeson survived the first inning in a ball that stayed in the park by about a foot. Hit off the top of the left field fence. Brad will have the 2-0 lead at least when he comes back out. Halton bats 2-1. Thompson ready to go. That is cut on and missed. A huge rip by Sean. It is 2-2. Garner, no balls and 2 strikes. He fought Thompson well and finally ripped the 2-run double to the left center field gap. Now 2 balls and 2 strikes to Halton. Thompson ready to go. Here's the pitch. That's the breaking ball. It's in the dirt. Ball 3. Allen chases it down. Garner opts not to go to third. The count on Sean Halton full. 3 balls and 2 strikes. The bunt single by Rico Noel setting up the inning. Lancaster has played this pretty much to the hilt. Halton trying to cash in at 3 balls and 2 strikes. Thompson peers in, gets the sign. Garner leading off second. The 3-2 is on the way. Fouled back. Sean gets to see another. Remember, these are 7-inning games, and this is not to determine the first half champion. We have to wait another 16 days for that to occur. 3-2. Thompson ready to go to Halton. Again, it's hit in the air, this time up the third baseline. And it is the catcher Allen calling for it and making the catch. Halton is retired to end the inning, but Cole Garner picks up 2 runs on the ground rule double, 2 hits. There were no errors. The Barnstormers leave a man, and we will head to the bottom half of the third inning. Lancaster leading by a 2-0 score.
Celebrate the history of our national pastime at the National Baseball Hall of Fame and Museum in Cooperstown. See priceless treasures that will bring your baseball memories to life. Cooperstown is where you, your family, and your friends can relive baseball's greatest moments and honor the all-time greats of the game. Plan your family visit today at baseballhall.org.
Hey Barnstormers fan, be in the know as soon as it happens. We have a number of social media options for you to stay in touch with everything Stormers. Know what Silo's up to, the latest player moves, game results, schedule changes, and be the first to get in on surprise flash deals. Or simply buy our tickets or ask us questions. So like us on Facebook, follow us on Twitter or Instagram, watch us on YouTube, and be a part of the growing Barnstormers family on social media.
Brad Bergeson staked to a 2-0 lead. We'll go to the bottom of the third inning with Patrick Palmeiro leading off. Palmeiro opening up play tonight, hitting .218 with 9 home runs and 37 knocked in on the season. Right-handed batter, the third baseman. He was originally scheduled to be the DH here last night. Losada was going to play third, and we were going to see Brian Bistain at second base. Bistain available off the bench is Kalaika Kahuhalahala, who's seen a lot of playing time lately. First pitch swinging is Palmeiro. He hits a deep fly ball out to center. This one is carrying, racing back is Rico. He's going to have to take that off the base of the center field fence. And into second is Palmeiro. Boy, that ball sprouted some legs. It was hit well. Noel racing back for all he was worth, and just couldn't quite get there. Palmeiro with the leadoff double against Bergeson as Southern Maryland comes right back. The switch hitting Losada will step in. He struck out leading off the ball game for the Blue Crabs. The only strikeout so far for Bergeson. Alex Glenn leading off last inning went after Brad's first pitch, and he flied out to deep right center. Palmeiro does the same thing here in the third and doubles over the head of Noel. That brings on Losada. Runner at second base with nobody out. Bergeson comes set. Losada swings, hits a little blooper into foul ground. Overcomes Halton. He makes a splendid diving catch in foul territory for out number one. Losada's at bat taken away. Halton got a spectacular jump on that little pop-up that was not hit high at all and makes the diving backhanded catch in foul ground, one away, and the batter is the right-handed hitting shortstop, Edwin Garcia. That takes away the ability for Southern Maryland to score on outs. Palmeiro still at second now with one down. Garcia with a base hit over the head of the shortstop, Coronado, his first trip. Bergeson to the plate, and he snaps a breaking ball to the inside corner. It's 0-1. Lancaster just taking the lead on the 2-out, 2-run double by Cole Garner in the top of the inning. Here's the 0-1 pitch that bends outside. Garcia will bat at a ball and a strike. Garner not hitting for a high average at the moment, but he's been very productive. That was only his 12th hit, but he's knocked in 10 runs. 7 of the hits have been for extra bases. 1-1. The count on Garcia. There's a foul ball back into the screen. The edge to Bergeson at a ball and 2 strikes. LJ Hose waits on deck. Hose, the left fielder. Bergeson trying to work his way through the bottom half of the third inning. 2-0 Lancaster. Sign being given by Anderson De La Rosa. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Bergeson to the plate. Breaking ball. This is hit in the air out to shallow right center field. It will be Garner coming in, making the catch, and still at second base is Palmeiro. As Hose comes to the plate, the last 7 outs recorded by Brad Bergeson have been on fly balls here, which is not normally the matter, of course, for Bergeson, but he'll take it. It all started when Hose lined out to Noel in center field for the second out back in the first inning. LJ Hose coming to the plate. 200 pounds. Ferguson delivers. That's grounded foul up the third base side. No balls and 1 strike. The count on Hose. Last year at AAA Norfolk, he batted .242 with 33 driven in for the Tides. He came up in the Orioles organization and then went to Houston during the 2013 season. Nothing in 1. Look back at Palmeiro. There's a soft liner foul over the head of the first base umpire, Chris Richards. 2 strikes. Palmeiro led off the inning with a double straight over the head of Noel's head and center to the base of the fence. He's still at second with 2 outs, 0-2. Hose with a ground ball to third, played on a bounce by Halton. That is a fair ball. Hose didn't think so, and Halton guns him down as LJ Hose is only 2 or 3 steps out of the batter's box, thinking he hit a foul ball. That ends the inning. No runs, 1 hit, no errors. Palmeiro led off with a double and never moved from second base. We'll go to the 4th inning. Lancaster's ahead 2-0.
After you juggle the kids, sports, homework, housework, and squeeze in a moment for yourself, there isn't much time left to plan activities to keep your family having fun together. So give yourself a break and head to Strasburg Railroad, where the 45-minute steam train ride is just the beginning. There are family-friendly train events, vintage baseball, shop tours, a steampunk weekend, plus our popular Day Out with Thomas trains. The fun is as endless as your imagination. Reserve your tickets at strasburgrailroad.com.
The Federal Tap House is a great place to stop by after a Barnstormers game and continue your enjoyable evening in downtown Lancaster. Featuring 100 beers on tap, including many craft beers from here in Central PA. The Federal Tap House has something for everyone's palate, not to mention a full bar and elegant wine selection for the non-beer geeks in the group. For the entire lineup of brews, check online at federaltaphouse.com. House, 201 North Queen Street, just blocks from Clipper Magazine Stadium, or at their other location in Harrisburg.
2 runs, 5 hits, no errors. 3 left for the Barnstormers. No runs on 3 hits, no errors. And Southern Maryland is also stranded 3. Garrett Weber, Nate Coronado, and Lastings Millage are the scheduled Barnstormers for the top half of the 4th inning. We'll wrap up this series at 2 o'clock tomorrow, and then it's a big homestand for the Barnstormers with New Britain in for 3 and Sugarland coming in for 4. Week-long homestand. The Barnstormers are off on Monday the 7th and then have a very quirky road trip going to Bridgeport for 3 games in 2 days. We won't have any downtime on that trip. Here's the offering, and Garrett Weber takes a strike on the Thompson breaking ball. It is 0-1. Weber with a single back in the 2nd inning. We'll drive up to Bridgeport on Tuesday, play Tuesday night, day-night doubleheader Wednesday, and head home for another homestand. Weber with a foul ball, backing off to the right. 2 strikes to Garrett. Barnstormers trying to make it 6 in a row for the first time the entire season. Here's the 0-2. Thompson spins it outside. Weber with a good look at it. Ball 1, 2 strikes. 3:10 down the left field line. This is more or less the mirror image of Clipper Magazine Stadium. Here comes the 1-2 on Weber. Foul ball over the screen and I believe completely out of the ballpark. Ball 1 and 2 strikes on Lancaster second baseman Garrett Weber. leading off here in the fourth inning. The Barnstormers trying to stretch out a lead. The wind by Thompson. The breaking ball is beaten foul at the third base line. Garrett doing a good job hanging in. 52 pitches for Thompson here tonight. Right now, if they keep it going, Thompson and Bergeson conceivably could go all 7. Here's the wind. Thompson ready to go 1-2, and the breaking ball slipped out of his hand and ended up around behind the head of Garrett Weber. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Weber's been up there for a while, a man creeping up on the league batting leaders. Here comes the 2-2. Breaking ball misses away. Weber has worked it to a full count. He'll see his 8th pitch. Anderson De La Rosa got the third inning started with a walk, and that eventually bore fruit for the Barnstormers. Weber up there 3-2. The motion. Thompson to the plate, and this is driven out toward right center field. Hustling over Corey Vaughn. He draws a bead and makes the catch. Weber retired for the first out on a lengthy at bat. Coronado will step in. Nate singled under the glove of the lunging Patrick Palmeiro back in the second inning. And then Millage hit an almost identical ground ball, but that one took the hop that Palmeiro was expecting and turned it into the double play that could have happened on the Coronado ground ball had it not stayed low. 1-for-1 for Nate, getting his second look at Thompson. Here is the motion, and a Coronado. The breaking ball gets their strike one call. Tough pitching matchup on both sides here tonight. Breaking ball again. This stays inside. Coronado will bat it a ball and a strike. Right now, the Barnstormers with the edge. Coronado awaits the 1-1. Fastball up and in. We go to 2 balls and a strike. Barnstormers could use Schumann and Carter. I think they'll want to at some point in this doubleheader. Foul tipped by Coronado, 2-2. Lasting's Millage waiting on deck. Schumann and Carter haven't thrown since Tuesday. They each pitched in the first 2 games of the New Britain series, and then Ross and Scott shut them down to have them ready to go for last night and fresh. And now you run the risk of them being stale. 2-2 offering, foul to the top of the screen by Coronado. He will stay, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Nate has been an outstanding fit for this ball club. And little did we know Vladimir Frias was going to have his contract purchased by the Arizona Diamondbacks when Coronado came in. And he has become the everyday shortstop on this ball club. 2 balls, 2 strikes. The motion, Thompson to the plate. The big curveball popped up on the right side. Losada fading back into the outfield. The second baseman with the catch. 2 up and 2 down for Millage. Lastings grounding into the double play back in the second inning. Schneider, Vaughn, and Glenn scheduled in the lower half of the fourth inning against Bergeson. So you might see Brad go 6 and Carter go 1 here in the opener, depending on the score, of course. The delivery to Millage, fouled off to the right side. It is 0-1. And Thompson could be good for all 7 innings. The windup and back to Millage, a partial swing. He went too far, and that's the second strike. Breaking ball looked to be off the outside corner from here. Millage, though, pretty clearly brought that bat across the plane of the plate. The call was made by the plate umpire Detweiler. It's 0-2. Here is the motion, and Thompson comes back. It's a fastball met and foul to the screen. We're staying at no balls and 2 strikes. We talked to Rico Noel on the dugout report tonight about his speed, and that has been the primary factor in this game for the Barnstormers offensively and to some extent defensively. Millage batting 0-2. Here's the wind. Thompson back to the plate. Inside and low with that breaking pitch. Ball 1, 2 strikes to Millage. Anderson De La Rosa in the on-deck circle. 2-0 Barnstormers, top half of the fourth inning, first of 2 here tonight. Thompson ready to go, and he is up and away. Millage forces the count deeper. He got it to 3-2 back in the second inning. Had been ahead, in fact, 3-1 there. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Lastings. Thompson hesitates, brings home the breaking ball. It's low. Full count. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Thompson first came to Southern Maryland from the Twins organization. He does have a history in the major leagues with the Reds, a couple of stints 3 years apart in Cincinnati. Full count coming to Lastings Millage. Wine, here's the payoff pitch, foul to the screen. Well, these two have locked horns twice tonight, and the at-bats have gone on for quite some time on both occasions. Thompson won the first go-around, 5-4-3 on the double play. Millage trying to get on base here in the fourth inning. Here comes the 3-2 fastball, fouled away. Well, these at-bats have done their best to grind down Thompson. As a matter of fact, Thompson's thrown 22 pitches here in the fourth inning. He's facing just his third batter. Remember, Garrett Weber was up there for quite some time also. And Coronado popped up on the 2-2 pitch. So these have been some mighty deep counts in this fourth inning. Millage 3-2, drives it down the right field side, and that is also foul. It stays 3 balls and 2 strikes. Barnstormers 2, Southern Maryland nothing, top of the fourth inning. Still a full count to Lastings Millage. Thompson working once again. Here's a 3-2. Millage gets the walk, and that's well earned. Ball 4 is low. Anderson De La Rosa comes to the plate. Anderson with a walk, pitches mostly high to De La Rosa in the third inning. He scored in front of the Cole Garner ground rule double. Anderson into the batter's box. De La Rosa had walked only 7 times in his first 63 games this year. He now has 4 in his last 4. Millage, the runner at first base, he could go here. He's stolen 11 for the year. Thompson to the plate, and De La Rosa takes a strike high on the outside corner. It's 0-1. On deck is Noel. Next offering, De La Rosa pulls it down the left field line. Will it stay fair? It is just foul outside the line. He almost dropped that right on the stripe. It just hooked at the last second. It looked like it was going to hug that line and stay fair. And as it settled down, it was foul by 6 inches, a foot. And he'll come back at no balls and 2 strikes. The Barnstormers might have been able to get Millage all the way around on that, depending on how it rattled into the corner. 0-2 on Anderson De La Rosa. Tied for the ball club lead. Well, now, yeah, he's tied for the ball club lead with 21 doubles. Sean Halton also with 21. 0-2. Thompson comes back, and De La Rosa checks on the swing. He held just in the nick of time, says Chris Richards, the first base umpire. Ball 1 and 2 strikes. It has been a long inning for Daryl Thompson. Without the Barnstormers actually accomplishing all that much. Anderson De La Rosa back in at 1 ball and 2 strikes. Millage, the runner at first base. Laces. Thompson to the set. Here's the 1-2. Breaking ball swung on and missed. It's the first strikeout for Thompson since the opening inning, his 3rd of the game. De La Rosa so close to a double into the left field corner and then strikes out. There's 1 left. We'll go to the bottom half of the 4th inning. The Barnstormers still lead by a 2-0 score.
Gockenauer Appliances in East Petersburg is your hometown appliance store with hometown values. We always give back to our community, and this year we are proud to be a sponsor of the East Petersburg Amphitheater Project. Stop in and purchase from us and keep your money here, helping others in your community. We are back again this season with a $25,000 giveaway at the stadium, and you can stop in and register for a Barnstormers game jersey. We want to be your appliance store and give back to all of you. Gockenauer Appliances in East Petersburg.
Check it out. 2 brand new Fast Play games from the Pennsylvania Lottery.
Yeah, you just pick your game, get your ticket, and see if you've won.
And with Payday, you could win progressive top prizes instantly.
Instantly? That's fast.
Not faster than me drinking this frozen slush.
You okay?
Ouch. Headache.
Oh.
Fast Play. Play fast, win instantly. The Pennsylvania Lottery. Players must be 18 or older. Please play responsibly. Benefits older Pennsylvanians every day.
Michael Snyder, Corey Vaughn, and Alex Glenn will step in to see Brad Bergeson as we go into the bottom half of the 4th inning. Long wait through a largely unproductive top half of the 4th. That may be the longest half inning I've ever witnessed with only getting a runner to first base. 28 pitches it took, and there was only the 2-out walk to Millage. Bergeson getting ready to face the cleanup hitter, Anderson De La Rosa, who made the final out in the top of the inning, has the gear on. And here is Snyder, who came within a whisker of giving Southern Maryland the early 2-0 lead. His ball hit off the top of the fence out in left field, and Snyder was held to a long single. Vaughn popped out to end the inning with the runners at first and third. Bergeson going to work on Snyder. First pitch here. Misses outside by quite a ways. Ball 1 and no strikes. Brad has been a little bit more economical. That's only the 7th ball he has thrown and only the 32nd pitch. Here comes the 1-0 on Snyder. Fastball ripped out the left field, and Millage will have to take it on a bounce. So Snyder right on the money tonight. He is 2 for 2. Leadoff man aboard in the bottom of the 4th. Corey Vaughn will step in. Vaughn popped to the shortstop, ending the 1st inning. 2nd inning in a row that the leadoff batter has reached base for Southern Maryland. Bergeson is not as dominant as he was against the Long Island Ducks last Sunday when he retired the first 12 and ultimately 17 out of 20, and one of those reached on an error. He beat the Ducks 7-2, but gave up just 1 run on 2 hits in 6 innings. Here's the offering. Ground ball down the third baseline. Foul past Halton. Sean was playing up to guard against the bunt. No balls and 1 strike on Corey Vaughn, who does have 8 home runs on the year. Bergeson has only gotten 1 ground ball the entire game, at least for an out. That was Hose back in the 3rd inning, and he thought it was a foul ball. Halton right on the line to make the play. As a matter of fact, he was behind the bag in foul territory when he latched on. No balls, 1 strike to Vaughn. Bergeson comes back and nails the outside corner, getting ahead 0-2. Ferguson struck out the first batter of the game. Everybody else has put the ball in play since then. No balls, 2 strikes to Corey Vaughn. Alex Glenn waits on deck. Ferguson comes to the set. Here's the pitch. Ground ball towards short. With it is Coronado. He'll go to second and miss with the throw. He pulled Weber off the bag. They had time for the force out on Snyder, but Coronado was off balance and made a bad throw. Now the tying runs are on here in the 4th inning. Alex Glenn will come to the plate. Vaughn safe on the fielder's choice. An error is charged to Coronado. That's one of just a couple of mistakes he has made at that shortstop position. He made, I think, the right decision there because Snyder does not run well. There was the opportunity for the force, but he double clutched on the throw and then just yanked it down low and toward the left field side of the bag, and Garrett Weber could not hold the bag at all. He was a good 6 inches off. Batter with runners at first and second, nobody out. A threat for Southern Maryland. Here's the delivery. That is cut on and fouled back. Ferguson getting ahead 0-1. We'll see if Ferguson can find a double play ball. That was not going to be. The Barnstormers would have only gotten the out at second base, I believe, because Vaughn runs well enough. And that ball was not hit all that well toward the hole. 1 strike on Alex Glenn, strike 2 to the inside corner. Glenn started his career in the Arizona Diamondbacks organization, was most recently in the Marlin system at Jacksonville. No balls, 2 strikes to the Georgia native. And Ferguson works 0-2 and misses outside and low, looked off speed. Ball 1, 2 strikes. Southern Maryland with its biggest threat of the game. In the 2nd inning in a row, they've had a man at second base with nobody out. Lancaster up 2-0. Here's the pitch to Glenn. Ground ball pulled foul. Still a ball and 2 strikes. We'll see how Ferguson works his way through the difficulty here. Glenn hit the ball very well back in the 2nd inning. Garner ran it down in the right center field alley. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Brad checking back. Here's the pitch. It is low. Good stop by De La Rosa. 2-2. Definitely peril here in the bottom of the 4th inning. The Barnstormers guilty of their first error. They played such great defense for the most part on this road trip. Little outfield mishap early in the Wednesday ball game, and then the Barnstormers recovered from that. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Alex Glenn. Zach Cohn waiting on deck. Snyder off second, Vaughn off first. The pitch is skied to shallow right field. Infield fly may be called here. Garner's going to come in and make the catch. So it's out number 1, and may have been too far back for the infield fly to be enforced. And I could not pick up all of the umpires from this weird seating position I have. Zach Cohn will come in. Cohn fly to center field back in the 2nd. Once again, it's a very big out for Ferguson. Glenn is unable to move the runners along. Cohn digging in. He is 6 for 25 against the Barnstormers for the year. Runners again lead off of 1st and 2nd. 1 swing of the bat, Southern Maryland can change the complexion of this game. Ferguson to the plate, breaking ball, popped up behind the dish. De La Rosa coming back, and it's into the seats. 1 strike, the count to Cohn. Anderson hoping that ball would spin back onto the field of play. Maybe getting a little push from the wind, but it was about 3 or 4 rows clear of the net. No balls, 1 strike on the right-handed batting Zach Cohn from Stone Mountain, Georgia. 27 years of age, having a very solid year. Pitch breaks outside. Bergeson and Cohn are even at 1-1, first and second with one out as we play the lower half of the fourth inning. Luis Allen, the catcher, waits on deck. Bergeson glancing around. Another look at Snyder. Here's the 1-1. Fastball met and fouled to the screen. Bergeson has the advantage at 1-2. Bergeson trying to get out of another jam. The Blue Crabs have had a runner into scoring position in 3 different innings. Zach Cohn digging back in. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Time is called. Cohn will back away. Southern Maryland working on getting healthy. They had to have pitchers bat earlier in the week. No longer is that the case, and they've got some spare parts. Here's the 1-2. That bat started. He did not go. 2-2. The pitch was down and away. That Losada had been out with an injury. Corey Vaughn was not with the ball club for personal reasons for a couple of days. He had something else he had to tend to. So they were left a little bit short for that Somerset series. They're still missing that big cog in Zach Wilson. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Bergeson to the plate, and it's popped up right side and well into the seats. Cohn continuing to bat at 2-2. Southern Maryland lost pitcher Justin DeFreitas and infielder Danny Muno early. And they haven't been hit by the signing bug. They've been hit by the injury bug. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Bergeson delivers. That's outside. Cohn's having a good at bat, and now Bergeson has to come to him or he'll load the bases. 3-2. Bottom half of the fourth inning, working on being as long as the top of the fourth inning was. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Runners at first and second, 1 out. Bergeson with the 3-2. He got him a swing and a miss at a breaking ball. Cohn becomes the second strikeout victim for Brad Bergeson here tonight. Catcher Luis Allen stepping in. Allen flied to center field back in the second inning. So it's now a lock that Bergeson will not allow an earned run here in this fourth inning, but trying to keep a shutout overall intact. Snyder still at second. Vaughn at first with 2 away. Allen stepping in. Bergeson ready to go. Breaking ball gets there, strike 1. A single to left field led off the inning, and then Coronado with a wide throw on an attempt at a force out at second base, putting the second runner on. Now it is 0-1 to Allen with 2 outs. The pitch driven toward left center field, racing back is Rico. He will reach up and make the catch for the final out. Noel's speed, again, the primary factor in this game. Luis Allen bidding for a game-tying double, but Noel there to latch on and end the inning. No runs, 1 hit, 1 error. They leave 2. We complete 4. It is Lancaster 2 and Southern Maryland nothing.
We can't help but always want more, especially on the road. More horsepower, heightened handling, elevated design. Get more out of your drive with the Lexus IS. Bold styling, track-tuned handling, available 306 horsepower. Experience the exhilaration of the IS 350, IS all-wheel drive, and IS Turbo. See Bobby Rahal Lexus in Mechanicsburg.
Enjoy baseball and music this summer at Clipper Magazine Stadium. No matter what your taste in music might be, we have a night for you. Rock, oldies, country, funk, jazz, we have it all covered over 8 weekend nights this season. Each of those evenings will kick off with a Barnstormers game at 6:30. Following the baseball action, music will take the spotlight to complete our entertainment doubleheader. Check your Lancaster Barnstormers pocket schedule or our website at www.lancasterbarnstormers.com to check out the concert dates. Barnstormers Baseball. Make a night of it.
Top of the order schedule here in the 5th inning. Rico Noel leading off. He is 2 for 2 with a run scored without hitting the ball out of the infield. He out a scratch hit the 3rd in the opening inning and bunted his way on in the 3rd. He's also made some nice running catches in the outfield. It looked like he misread that Allen drive off the bat. He took a step in and then just bolted back toward left center field and outran the baseball. So it ended up being a very fine play for Noel to end the inning, and now he gets to lead off here in the 5th, trying to stretch out the 2-0 lead the Barnstormers have against Darrell Thompson tonight. The wine, and Noel grounds it fair inside the bag at 3rd, down the line. Palmero was up, guarding against the bunt. Racing over to collect it is L.J. Hose. The ball plays some tricks down in the bullpen. Hose fires into 3rd. Noel wisely holding up around 2nd. He's aboard with the leadoff double, and his speed is even the factor there. 2 bases for Rico. He's 3 for 3 tonight. If Palmero's back, he can play that ball easily, but he had to try and take the bunt away. Noel stands at second base, nobody out. Trayvon Robinson, the batter. Robinson is struck out looking and bunted runners along back in the 3rd, which ended up paying benefits for the Barnstormers over the long haul. 2-0 Lancaster. Noel leads off second. He's already stolen 3rd base once tonight. Thompson to Robinson. Trayvon with a line drive to the gap in left center field. That's going all the way to the wall. Noel can jog around. Robinson will replace him at second, and the Barnstormers lead 3-0. They've done it all with doubles here tonight. Robinson with his 25th run batted in of the season on his 14th double. Steve Clevenger now coming to the plate with a runner at second and none down here in the 5th inning. Clevenger has twice popped up to the left side on the first pitch he has seen on an at-bat. Lancaster ahead by 3 and looking for more here in the 5th inning. Action may be starting shortly in the Southern Maryland bullpen. There's some movement down in that direction. Clevenger digging in. Thompson comes to the set. And to Steve, it's off speed and on the outside corner, but I think he had made up his mind. He wasn't going to swing at the first pitch, the 3rd straight AB. Trying at least to get Robinson to 3rd base here. 1 strike to Clevenger. Garner waits on deck. The 0-1 pitch is hit high in the air down the right field line toward the corner. Cone racing over, disappearing out of view, and he is not able to make the catch. The umpire also ended up out of my view. But anyway, back to second goes Robinson. Back to the plate comes Clevenger. No balls and 2 strikes. You can't see fair territory in right field here, let alone foul territory. From this broadcast location, there are segments of right field you cannot see. Not the entire thing. 0-2 to Clevenger. Here's a breaking ball that is cut on, foul tipped and held. A tough night continues for Steve. Thompson strikes out his fourth. Cole Garner will step in. Garner has struck out and doubled home 2. Well, action will get underway. Sam Runyon warming up in the bullpen for the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs. Garner working with Robinson at second and 1 out here in the 5th inning. Thompson coming to the set. The pitch to Cole, swinging a foul ball back up into the net. No balls and a strike. Doubles on the first 2 pitches of the inning, producing the 3rd Lancaster run of the night. The offense is, to some extent, run aground from there. 0-1 to Cole Garner. Trayvon Robinson leads from second base. Thompson ready to go. And a Garner swinging a bomb to left field. Way back this one goes. It's Harvey Est up off the clubhouse rooftop. Cole Garner adds a home run to his double, and the Barnstormers lead 5-0. That was Harvey-esque. Cole Garner with a ball that would not have stayed in anywhere. His 3rd and 4th runs batted in of the game. Lancaster leading by 5. And here is Sean Halton. Sean is 0 for 2. Garner having the game tonight that Sean had at New Britain on Thursday. The Barnstormers have picked up 3 runs here in the 5th inning. The 4th inning may have something to do with it. Even though the Barnstormers didn't score, they wore Thompson down through that 28-pitch 4-batter inning. First pitch is outside to Halton. 1 out here. Nobody on base. Halton is 0 for 2. He's hit the ball high into the air and not very deep both times. He has flied to left and fouled to the catcher. Next delivery is low, and Halton bats at 2-1 as Runyon gets into hurry-up mode down in the left field bullpen. Garrett Weber waiting on deck for the Barnstormers. Here's the wind and the pitch. Upstairs, 3-1. Barnstormers tonight with 3 doubles and a home run. Ahead by 5, trying to win their 6th in a row. The 2-1, Halton fouls it back out of play. The count will level at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Tommy Shirley and Gabby Hernandez match up in game 2 of this doubleheader. Here's the payoff to Halton. He gets the walk. Ball 4 is high. Weber will come in. 3rd walk issued by Thompson. And here's a movement to the mound. It is tough with the jackets on to tell James Frisbee apart from John Harris from up here. Down there, not a problem at all. Runyon getting ready to go in the bullpen. Darrell Thompson. Would it have been different had this been the championship game? You don't know. But it's going to be interesting if the Barnstormers do go on to win this game, because all along this was still supposed to be the championship game. It did change last night, and we'll see. Here's Garrett Weber, 1 for 2. Weber is single to left and fly to center, batting with Halton at first and 1 out. Thompson ready to go to Garrett. Breaking ball gets the inner turn of the plate. The top of the zone, 0-1. Nate Coronado now the on-deck batter. Halton with the lead off first. Here's the 0-1. Fastball is met and fouled away. A 2nd strike. It's 0-2. Thompson's pitch count now at 90. 8 hits and 5 runs allowed. Weber Back in, no balls, 2 strikes. Thompson working from the stretch. And the pitch, bouncing ball towards second, could be 2. Losada to Garcia, and then Losada decided not to make the throw. He made a nice bluff, just got the out at first base. He didn't think he had the play on Halton. So it's 2 outs, runner at second, and the shortstop Coronado will step in. He got 1 out on the play anyhow. That gives Coronado a chance to add to the Barnstormers' lead. Nate has singled and he has popped up. 1 out of 2 here tonight. Again, he has hit safely in all 10 road games he has played. Just 1 out of the 3 last weekend against the Ducks in Lancaster. Thompson's pitch, breaking ball again to the top of the zone. No balls, 1 strike. Palmero, Losada, and Garcia will be facing Bergeson in the bottom half of the inning. Nothing in 1 to Coronado. Next offering, swing and a miss at the fastball. Nate trailing 0-2. Lancaster still has a perfect road trip as a possibility, but still a ways to go in this one and the rest of the night and tomorrow. Coronado awaits the 0-2, and he looks at strike 3. So Thompson works him over here, but the Barnstormers add 3 runs on 3 hits, including a monster of a home run off the bat of Cole Garner. No errors in the inning. 1 man left on base. We'll go to the bottom half of the 5th with Lancaster up by a 5-0 score.
Localflavor.com, local flavor. Localflavor.com, local flavor.
Excuse me. Are you saying localflavor.com?
Oh, yeah, it's where I save big bucks on all kinds of things. Home improvement projects, dining out, family fun, electronics, jewelry, clothing. I even bought my wife a fancy spa package for half price.
Half price?
Yep, you know all the deals you find in Clipper Magazine.
I love Clipper Magazine.
Well, they're all on localflavor.com too. And you can get them right on your phone thanks to localflavor.com's mobile app. Here, take a look.
Well, this app is amazing. Look at all these restaurants, amusement parks, car washes, fitness centers. This is worth sharing about.
Exactly. Localflavor.com online, the Local Flavor mobile app, and Clipper Magazine together. It's like a triple play.
Do the cheer again. I'm in.
Localflavor.com, local flavor. Come on, everybody! Localflavor.com, local flavor. Localflavor.com, local flavor.
Well, the sailing has not necessarily been smooth tonight for Brad Bergeson, but he leads 5-0 as we go into the bottom of the 5th inning. Southern Maryland 0 for 7 in the game with runners in scoring position, including 0 for 3 in each of the last 2 innings, having 3 batters in a row retired after they had a man as far as second base with nobody out. Bergeson facing Patrick Palmero to start off here in the 5th. Palmero doubled on Brad's first pitch back in the 3rd inning. Barnstormers with the very nice night in progress for Rico Noel and a big night for Cole Garner. They have teamed up to provide the bulk of the offense with a little bit of help from Trayvon Robinson and a slight amount from Anderson De La Rosa. We had the 7th inning stretch during the 5th here in Game 1 with a rendition of God Bless America, so a little bit behind, and now Palmero getting ready to get things underway. Long Island and Bridgeport into the top of the 2nd at the ballpark at Harbor Yard. The Ducks lead there 3-1. Bridgeport's pitching staff has been raided. Losing Corey Reardon, Jonathan Albaladejo, Tyler Badamo around the All-Star break, and the closer, David Carpenter. Here's the first pitch to Palmeiro. That's a strike to the outside corner. It is 0-1. Losada and Garcia will follow. Ferguson ready to go. Next offering. Deflected off the glove. Weber reads it. Barehanded pickup. Fires to first. And they are able to complete the out. 1-4-3. Ferguson deflected it. It was headed up the middle. And Weber took a split second to recognize exactly what had happened. But Palmeiro is not fast. And the Barnstormers did not lose the play. One out. Here is Losada. It was struck out and fouled to third on a wonderful catch by Sean Halton. And there's no telling what role that catch played in this game. The action continues in the Southern Maryland bullpen. It looks like we will see Runyon in the 6th inning. Ferguson to Losada, first pitch swinging, and he lines a ball into right field for a base hit. Losada has the 5th Southern Maryland hit of the ball game. Edwin Garcia will come in. Garcia has singled and fly to right. York and New Britain scoreless in the bottom of the first. Somerset and Sugarland yet to get underway. Bridgeport was in very good position to get a playoff spot until losing that much pitching. And I don't know if Luis Rodriguez is going to be able to piece it back together or not. You'd like to see Bridgeport there. You'd like to see Luis pull it off. First pitch is outside to Garcia, ball one. Third time around the order for Southern Maryland. One out, Losada the base runner. Lancaster hoping for a double play ground ball and a quick exit here. Ball one pitch, foul ball back to the net. A ball and a strike. Lights are on under the overcast, but the rains stayed away from this part of Charles County. They got a little bit more rain, from what I understand, up by our hotel on the northern end of the county. We're more central here. The 1-1 pitch outside, ball two and a strike. Charles County is actually fairly big. It spans from near DC all the way down to the area where the Potomac River starts to merge into Chesapeake Bay. Next offering, missing again, and suddenly Ferguson finds himself in a fix. 3-1 to Edwin Garcia. Losada aboard with one out. LJ Hose waits on deck. Big pitch here, 3-1. Ferguson delivers, and this is hit in the air, center field. Back goes Noel, still back, but he is there to make the catch for out number 2. Brad has kept Rico awfully busy out there in center field tonight. That's put out number 5 for Noel. 2 outs, and here is Hose, who was lined to center and grounded to third. Ferguson has recorded only 2 strikeouts and 2 ground ball outs in the game. $14 outs altogether. Losada leading off first. Host felt he got cheated out of his at-bat the last time up, but it was ruled a foul ball. Now a ball hammered down the right field line. That's headed toward the corner and will bounce out to the wall. This will mean a run. Coming around is Losada. Hose in at second with an RBI double. The shutout is broken. Hose with the 2-base hit into the right field corner. A long opposite field hit. It is now 5-1. Hose at second. Michael Snyder stepping in. Snyder has singled twice. Both times to left field. The first one off the wall. Southern Maryland rattling its sabers, and I guess tonight lightsabers. It's Star Wars night here. In the bottom of the 5th inning, Hose hit that ball a ton down the right field line. Garner had no chance to do anything but play it off the wall. The only hope there was that the ball would do what Garner's double did back in the 3rd inning and jump over the wall. Second extra base hit for Southern Maryland. Not much damage done if Ferguson can get Snyder here, but that has been a tall order tonight. Brad to the plate. Snyder swings and misses at the breaking ball to start him off. It's 0-1. But now you're really glad to see that 3 spot in the top of the inning. Snyder leveling the bat across the plate. De La Rosa setting the target. 0-1 pitch is outside. Pickoff throw down to second, and they have him. Anderson De La Rosa nabs LJ Hose. And Snyder will lead off the next inning. There was tons of daylight, and De La Rosa, with a perfect strike down, ends the inning. That's at least 3. He has picked off second base this season. They lose the runner out of scoring position in the inning. 1 run on 2 hits with no errors and nobody left on base. We'll go to the 6th inning. The Barnstormers have a 5-1 lead.
Celebrate the history of our national pastime at the National Baseball Hall of Fame and Museum in Cooperstown. See priceless treasures that will bring your baseball memories to life. Cooperstown is where you, your family, and your friends can relive baseball's greatest moments and honor the all-time greats of the game. Plan your family visit today at baseballhall.org.
Not only does the Federal Tap House have the largest selection of craft draft beers in Lancaster City, they have amazing food to go along with those elite beers. Open every day for both lunch and dinner, their menu has something for everyone, including a special lunch menu available every Monday through Friday, as well as their normal menu. So when you're in the mood for great wood-fried pizzas, handcraft coal-fired burgers, or our all-inspiring duck fat fries, head over to the Federal Tap House. That's the Federal Tap House, 201 North Queen Street in downtown Lancaster, open by 11:30 every day of the week.
Into the 6th inning we go. The Barnstormers are up 5-1 now. And Sam Runyon is taken over on the hill for the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs. Runyon, 6'4" and 220 pounds from Asheville, North Carolina. 28 years of age is Runyon. And he gets to face Millage, De La Rosa, and Noel. Lastings is 0-for-1. He's grounded into a double play and drawn a walk. Both at bats have gone on for a significant period of time. Here's the motion by Runyon. First pitch almost hits Lastings. Ball 1, no strikes. Thompson gives up 8 hits and 5 runs, all earned in his 5 innings of work. He walked 3 and struck out 5 tonight. 3 walks, very high for Darrell. 1 ball and nothing to Millage. Lastings with a flare down the right field side. That's going foul. And the count will level at 1 ball and 1 strike. Sam Runyon in his 31st game. He is 1-1 with a save. His ERA 5.23 on the campaign. Lancaster would like another run or 2 here. To Millage, popped up foul behind the plate. Hustling back Allen, but no play. 1 ball and 2 strikes from Runyon. Barnstormers had a game very early this season, the one time that the Blue Crabs have visited Clipper Magazine Stadium. Where Runyon had a nightmare. He gave up 5 runs in the 8th inning. They were all unearned. Here comes the 1-2. Millage stays away from a breaking ball, which runs very far outside. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Vladimir Frias capped it off with a grand slam. 2 balls and 2 strikes now. Anderson De La Rosa in the on-deck circle. Breaking ball, ripped foul. Lasting's almost wiped out Josh Bell with that. We continue at 2-2. In fact, overall, Runyon against the Barnstormers has not been a good matchup. He's given up 5 hits, 9 runs. Just 4 of them earned in 2 overall innings. Yeah, that was early in the year. Barnstormers haven't seen him in a while. To Milic, breaking ball is low. The count fills 3-2. Milic in his 3rd plate appearance tonight, and he has seen 20 pitches and more. He ground down Thompson in the 4th inning, and that may have led to the 3-run 5th. You don't know. Payoff pitch. And a Milic high and inside, a leadoff walk here in the 6th inning. 4th walk picked up by the Barnstormers in the game. Anderson De La Rosa to the plate. Anderson has walked and struck out. Rico Noel into the on-deck circle. What a night he's had as a leadoff batter. Infield single, bunt single, ground ball double, 2 runs scored, 2 stolen bases. Not a bad night's work. De La Rosa digging in, infield set, double play depth. Milic has stolen 11. He's not going here, running to the plate, and Anderson swings and misses. No balls and a strike. There doesn't appear to be anybody loosening up in the Barnstormers bullpen. I think they would like 6 out of Bergeson tonight. Save the bullpen for the 2nd game. Maybe expect 5 innings out of Tommy Shirley. Oh, 1. De La Rosa cuts and misses again against Runyon. It is quickly 0-2. Cole Garner, a 4 RBI night. He's been the difference. Ground rule double and a home run. That home run was hit a long, long, long way. That's probably up to the walkway in Lancaster. Fastball just outside. De La Rosa with a good take. It's ball 1, 2 strikes. He hit it off the roof of the clubhouse. Now, Ryan Harvey, back here in 2012, cleared not only the clubhouse, but the players' parking lot. De La Rosa, a chip shot on the right side. Losada back to the lawn in right field to make the catch. Well, Anderson's retired, 1 out. Here's Noel. We gave you his numbers, 3 out of 3 here tonight. Trayvon Robinson into the on-deck circle. Robinson's double back in the 5th inning was big. He's such a good opposite field hitter, left-handed. He fits this ballpark actually very, very well. In fact, if you remember our first trip here this year, he won a ball game with a home run off the foul pole and left. People were dazed when that ball stayed fair and hit the pole. Breaking ball is low to Noel. Ball 1, no strikes. Everybody, including I think Trayvon, thought it was going to fade foul. And all of a sudden it was like doink off the pole. And Barnstormers had a 3-1 lead they held. Up and in. That's ball 2. Runyon walked Milic earlier in the inning and then had a very good sequence against Anderson De La Rosa to get him to pop up. 2 balls, no strikes to Noel. Milic with the lead off first base. Runyon a high set, runner not going, swinging a foul ball back. It is now 2-1. Four-run Barnstormers lead here in the 6th inning. Lancaster trying to win its 6th consecutive game. Hope for some help from the New Britain Bees tonight at New Britain Stadium. The Bees are on a long losing streak. Fly ball down the right field line by Noel. Giving chase into the corner is Cone, and he's going to run out of room. So it's now 2-2 on Rico. York won big last night at New Britain Stadium. The Bees have lost 6 straight. They come into Lancaster on Monday, and they're going to be looking for some revenge. Rico Noel bats here, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Infield looking to turn 2. Millage is going to take off. The ball is swung at and grounded to the shortstop. Garcia will fire across the diamond to get Noel, 6-3. First time he's been retired. Millage up the second. Don't know if there would have been time to double up Rico, but by sending the runner, the Barnstormers get Millage into scoring position. Trayvon Robinson will look to pick him up. Robinson, 1 out of 2, a double and a sacrifice bunt tonight. Run scored, run batted in. Robinson had cooled down a bit from that 115 out of 25 stretch that he had, but he is still 20 out of his last 46. 435 in that span. Runyon to the plate, ground ball right side. Losada will get there. He has to wait for Snyder to return to the bag. That'll end the inning. Leadoff walk goes to waste. No runs, no hits, no errors. The Barnstormers leave 1 for the 6th straight inning. And we'll head to the bottom half of the 6th with Lancaster up 5-1. Enjoy great ballpark food at discount prices. The Lancaster Barnstormers offer numerous chances to enjoy your favorite ballpark foods this summer. On Sundays, Burke's hot dogs are only $1 all game long. Hess's Barbecue brings back the all-you-can-eat pig roast on Mondays and all-you-can-eat chicken and ribs on Tuesdays. Tuesdays are also Fill Your Tummy nights at the stadium, where for only $10, you can stuff yourselves with popcorn, hot dogs, fries, nachos, and soda. Upstairs, we have Pat's Pizza and Pinball Mondays and Fat Pig's Wing Wednesdays, where you can pair food and beer with a Barnstormers game. Barnstormers baseball, make a night of it.
Silicon, microprocessors, and thousands of lines of code. Raw elements transformed into innovation by Lexus. For a limited time, experience advanced safety technology for yourself at the Lexus Golden Opportunity Sales Event. But hurry, these offers won't last. Now through September 5th. See Bobby Rahal Lexus in Mechanicsburg.
Brad Bergeson out there for the bottom of the 6th inning. Michael Snyder to lead off. Corey Vaughn and Alex Glenn will follow. Bergeson's pitch count just at 62 for the game tonight. He got helped out when Anderson De La Rosa picked off L.J. Hose the 5th inning after the run had scored on the Hose double. Here's Snyder. Boy, he has swung the bat well tonight. 2 for 2 in the game. With Snyder's production against the Barnstormers this year paled in comparison to Zach Wilson, who had knocked in 18 runs in 9 games against Lancaster season. But Snyder trying to pick up that slack here tonight. Bergeson ready to go. Breaking ball. This is grounded to third. Bobbled by Halton. He'll recover and make the good throw, and they cut down Snyder. 1 out on 1 pitch. Corey Vaughn stepping in. Vaughn's 0 for 2. Bergeson has allowed 6 hits. He has not walked anybody, struck out 2. And he does it very well. Bergeson knows the art of pitching, and it's fun to watch. He goes to work. Ball 1 is outside to Vaughn, 1-0. The selection in another 16 days, likely to be the selection again to pitch the first half title game, called strike on the outside corner, 1-1. We have a bonus trip down here to play that game, and the Barnstormers in the process of figuring out exactly in between series on a homestand. Ground ball to shortstop, around behind it, Coronado. His throw is low and bounces on by Clevenger. Well, Nate Coronado struggling defensively in this game. Got around behind that ball. It was going to be close on Vaughn anyway, I think. And then the throw bounced on through. And they're going to give Vaughn a base hit. Alex Glenn stepping in. 7 hits now off Bergeson. Vaughn runs very well. If you've got Snyder on that same ground ball, you have a chance to set. That did not present itself. Well, here's Glenn. He's twice flied out to Garner and right. The first one was deep, the second one not. 1 out, 1 on. Ferguson trying to keep Southern Maryland in check here. A ball is outside to Alex Glenn. It is 1-0. Brad Bergeson working out of the stretch, deals, popped up, should be playable. Into foul territory comes Halton. Sean squares up underneath. He latches onto it. Glenn is retired for the 3rd straight time. 2 outs. Zach Cohn will step in. Cohn is flied out and struck out. Well, Bergeson and or the bullpen in need of 4 more outs. Game 1. A 5-1 Lancaster lead. The infielders are well back here against Cone. The outfielders at medium depth. Swing at the breaking ball and a foul ball back. It is 0-1. Have only out hit Southern Maryland 8-7 in the game. 2 doubles for the Blue Crabs, 3 doubles and a home run for the Barnstormers. 4 walks as opposed to none would have something to do with it. Nothing in 1 on Cone. Bergeson ready to go. There's a line drive base hit into left field. Millage will race over and cut it off. Holding on at second is Vaughn. And Luis Allen will step in with 2 outs and 2 on. Southern Maryland is not going away quietly in this game. They have been getting their swings in against Bergeson. Allen will step in. He almost tied the game with a double back in the 4th inning. Rico Noel took 1 step in, then simply sprinted back, outrunning the baseball and making a nice grab in the alley in left center field. So again, 2 runners are on ahead of Allen, and the tying run is now in the on-deck circle in Patrick Palmero. Well, this is a big out for Bergeson to get. Brad goes to work on Allen. The pitch is outside and low. Ball 1, no strikes, and like suddenly this game's in a bit of peril. Infield base hit. Really 2 outs smacked to left by Cone. Allen awaits. Breaking ball waved at. One ball, 1 strike here. Bergeson, 72 pitches into his game here tonight. Peering in, getting the sign from Anderson De La Rosa. A look back at the runners. And here comes the 1-1. Breaking ball, missing outside. The batter held in check. It's 2-1. Well, the Barnstormers have movement in the bullpen. Nobody throwing at the moment. Two and one to Allen. Bergeson brings it home. The pitch foul to the screen. 2-2. Southern Maryland again with a threat here in the 6th inning. They've had a runner in scoring position in every inning but the 2nd in this ball game. 8 hits off Bergeson in 5 2/3. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Big pitch. De La Rosa setting the target. Here's the delivery to Luis Allen. This is flared down the right field side. Over goes Garner. Cole is there, and Bergeson pitches his way out of another jam. No runs, 2 hits, no errors. The Blue Crabs strand 2 are on our way to the 7th in a 7-inning ball game with Lancaster up 5-1. Lancaster Bible College has been around since 1933, but did you know that they offer degrees in much more than just Bible? LBC offers degrees in criminal justice, business, professional counseling, and more, as well as graduate and seminary degrees in areas like Christian care, chaplaincy, education, and leadership studies. To learn more about LBC and the programs they offer, visit lbc.edu. That's lbc.edu.
Enjoy baseball and music this summer at Clipper Magazine Stadium. No matter what your taste in music might be, we have a night for you. Rock, oldies, country, funk, jazz. We have it all covered over 8 weekend nights this season. Each of those evenings will kick off with a Barnstormers game at 6:30. Following the baseball action, music will take the spotlight to complete our entertainment doubleheader. Check your Lancaster Barnstormers pocket schedule or our website at www.lancasterbarnstormers.com to check out the concert dates. Barnstormers Baseball. Make a night of it.
Craig Stem will pitch the 7th inning. Right-hander from Hermitage, Tennessee, 27 years of age. And a player who has gone from New Britain to Southern Maryland. We've seen most of that flow going the other way with the likes of Jamar Walton and Craig Maddox. There'll be another, and there are more. On that New Britain pitching staff, but Stem has come this way. Steve Clevenger, Cole Garner, and Sean Halton will face him in the top of the 7th. It's not a save situation. The Barnstormers with a 5-1 edge. Clevenger's had a tough night against Stem. He hits a ground ball on the right side. Losada gets there, and it's 1 out in a hurry. Clevenger 0 for 4. Garner has not had a rough night. Cole struck out back in the 1st inning. Since then, he has had a 2-run ground rule double to the left center field alley and a 2-run home run that bounced off the clubhouse rooftop in straightaway left field. 4 runs batted in for Garner on a 2 for 3 night. Lancaster's done nothing against the Blue Crabs bullpen. Sam Runyon gave up a walk leading off the 6th inning and got 3 outs quickly. Here's the offering to Garner, right straight through, a strike called, 0-1. Stem began last year as the closer in New Britain, and it didn't go well. He came over here, and things got a lot better for him. 0-1 delivery. That is lined and into center field. Garner with his 3rd hit. The Barnstormers pick up their 9th. Sean Halton will step in. He's 0 for 2 with a walk. Cole had a game with a single, a double, and a triple at Sugarland. This is his 2nd 4 RBI game since joining the Barnstormers. Now he's got the single, a double, and the home run. Halton steps in. Garrett Weber on deck. Lancaster ahead by 4. Palmero, Losada, and Garcia scheduled in the bottom of the 7th inning. First pitch strike delivered to Halton. It's 0-1. Garner does have 3 steals. Stem comes set. Halton takes a breaking ball well outside. That one bleeds on through Allen, but Garner goes nowhere. 1 ball, 1 strike. I think they're looking at Bergeson to go all the way. I don't see any action in the Barnstormers bullpen. 1-1, Halton wraps a foul behind Josh Bell and off the leg of a Southern Maryland reliever, but by then the steam was out of it. Ball 1 and 2 strikes. Southern Maryland's bullpen here is like Lancaster's at home. You're sitting ducks so close to the plate. And those balls pulled around. It's amazing. Bad things don't happen. Halton up there, 1 and 2. Garner leading from first. The pitch. Sean lets it go. Ball 2 is low. The breaking pitch missing. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Snyder holding Garner aboard. Here's a 2-2. Halton fights it off. Still in there at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Cole Garner actually began his Atlantic League career as a Blue Crab, but he didn't perform all that well in a short stint here in Southern Maryland. Barnstormers got him in 14, and what a season. Almost the league MVP. Lou Ford edging him out at the end. Halton batting 2-2 here. The set and the pitch. Sean rolls this toward the hole at shortstop. The backhanded play by Garcia. The throw will not be in time. Halton the board on an infield base hit. And Garrett Weber will step in with 2 men on base. Garner up the second. Garcia made a heck of a play just getting there, but really should have eaten the baseball. He had no chance at Halton, who is a lot faster than he might look. Weber steps in. He is 1 for 3. Singled back in the second inning. He has since flied out and grounded out. 10 hits now for the Barnstormers. Stem comes set, and to Garrett, it is outside, ball 1. Lancaster would love to be able to ice this one with a run or 2 here. Extend that lead beyond 4. Ball 2 to Weber. Throw behind Halton at first base, and Snyder actually had to leave the bag to handle it into foul territory. Anderson De La Rosa claimed one back in the 5th inning. He picked off LJ Hose at second base. Southern Maryland with a lot of hits tonight, but Bergeson has kept them well scattered. Weber holds on the swing. Ball 3 is outside, 3-0. At no point tonight has Southern Maryland had back-to-back hits off of Bergeson, even though he's allowed 8. Weber awaits the 3-0. He's going to get the walk, and Nate Coronado will step in with the bases loaded and 1 out. Coronado 1 for 3 at the plate. Kind of a rough night in the field for him. We're going to get a quick mound visit. This is the pitching coach, James Frisbee, out there to talk things over. 1 away. Coronado in. Frisbee with some advice for Allen and Stem as to how to pitch the young shortstop. See that lineup card out from plate umpire Tim Detweiler. He's marking down the timeout, not a roster change of any sort, a lineup change. Now here is Coronado trying to pick up some runs. Garner at third, Halton at second, Weber the runner at first. 1 out here in the top half of the 7th. Stem ready to go. Coronado with a bouncer over to third. A step on the bag. Palmero a clean throw. That's a double play. 5 unassisted to 3. Whatever Frisbee said worked. And Craig Stem is out of the inning. No runs, on a couple of base hits, no errors. The Barnstormers strand 2. Double plays have been an issue over the past week to 10 days. They've grounded into a lot of them. But we'll go to the bottom of the 7th. The Barnstormers need 3 outs. Lancaster up by a score of 5-1.
Celebrate the history of our national pastime at the National Baseball Hall of Fame and Museum in Cooperstown. See priceless treasures that will bring your baseball memories to life. Cooperstown is where you, your family, and your friends can relive baseball's greatest moments and honor the all-time greats of the game. Plan your family visit today at baseballhall.org.
Hey, Barnstormers fan, be in the know as soon as it happens. We have a number of social media options for you to stay in touch with everything Stormers. Know what Silo's up to, the latest player moves, game results, schedule changes, and be the first to get in on surprise flash deals. Or simply buy your tickets or ask us questions. So like us on Facebook, follow us on Twitter or Instagram, watch us on YouTube, and be a part of the growing Barnstormers family on social media.
Brad Ferguson is being asked to throw the second Barnstormers complete game of the season. Nate Reed with a 9-inning complete game against the New Britain Bees in his last start for the Barnstormers. Almost a shutout, but Jovan Rosa with a 2-out home run in the 9th inning spoiled it. Patrick Palmero will lead off an inning for the 3rd time tonight. He has doubled the center, and he has smashed off the glove of Bergeson into a 1-4-3 out. Brad's allowed 8 hits. He's working with the 5-1 lead. Barnstormers have no one throwing in the bullpen. They want Bergeson finishing this off. But it probably will not take much to get that bullpen active. Palmero digging in. Bergeson's first pitch cut on and missed. Palmero down a strike here. Bergeson has walked none. He has struck out 2. He has given up 2 hits in 3 different innings. But again, in none of those cases have the hits been back-to-back. Here's the 0-1 on Palmero. Breaking ball again. Swing and a miss. 2 strikes. Defense set straight up. Here's the 0-2. High fly ball, right center field. This is traveling. Back on it goes Noel. He won't get there. This is deep into the gap, and Palmero again has led off an inning with a double. That coming off an 0-2 pitch. And the leadoff runner at second base here in the 7th inning, Jose Losada, will step in. He is 1 for 3. That's one guy on for the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs here in this 7th inning. Bergeson looked like he tried to sneak a fastball past him at 0-2, and that was crunched to the fat part of this ballpark for a long double. Losada robbed by Halton back in the 3rd inning on a foul ball, and then singled into right and scored the run back in the 5th. Palmero at second, nobody out. Bergeson comes set. Losada holds on a breaking ball down and in. Ball 1 and no strikes. And the Barnstormers now have action in the bullpen. It could be Anthony Carter. Here's a 1-0 pitch. Taken low and away. 2 balls and no strikes. Bergeson has had 1 easy inning in this game. That was the 2nd on 3 fly balls. De La Rosa and Bergeson get together briefly. In every other inning, the Blue Crabs have had a runner into scoring position. 2 balls and no strikes here on Losada. If he reaches base, it becomes a save situation. The tying run would be in the on-deck circle. 2 balls, no strikes. Ferguson to Losada, hammered down the right field line. That ball is headed for the corner, and again, extra bases. Palmeiro will score. Losada is going to stop at second with a double. It's 5-2. Well, the Barnstormers trying to get Ferguson through the complete game, but the 2 batters to step in here in the bottom half of the 7th inning have absolutely pounded the baseball. Edwin Garcia coming to the plate. It is now a save situation. So it is 5-2, and this is getting dicey. Here comes Scott Patterson, the first time the mound has been visited tonight from the Barnstormers dugout. Because you're running into the meat of this order now. In this game, it got a bit scary last inning. Ferguson got Allen to get out of it. Losada, the runner at second. The tying run is now in the on-deck circle. Ferguson will face Edwin Garcia, who is 1 out of 3. 6th double of the year for Jose Losada, just his 11th extra base hit. Ferguson looking back at second. Breaking ball gets there. A strike on Garcia. It's 0-1. He had Palmeiro at 0-2 on a couple of breaking balls and just missed his spot on that third pitch. Then Losada creams the double. 0-1 on Garcia. Fouled back over the screen. And a second strike. It is 0-2. Ten hits for the Blue Crabs, including 4 doubles. Remember, Southern Maryland got out of a bases-loaded jam in the top of the inning. Here's the 0-2, and that's smashed up the middle. Diving stop is made by Weber. They have a play on the lead runner, and the throw from Halton gets away from De La Rosa. Runners are at second and third with nobody out. They had a play on Losada, who didn't see Weber's diving stop up the middle. Mishandled the rundown. Garcia with a base hit. The tying run coming to the plate, and L.J. Hose. It is a save situation. The tying run coming to the plate. 11 hits now off of Ferguson, and here comes Ross. That's the second base hit in the inning on an 0-2 pitch. So Ferguson will be replaced with the runners at second and third. They had Losada dead to rights around third base. Weber fired behind him. Halton had a hard time handling that throw. And then Halton made a bad throw on De La Rosa, and an error is charged there, keeping Losada alive. So that is it for Brad Ferguson, who is unable to get an out here in the 7th inning. The game is on the line now. The Barnstormers have gone to the bullpen. We'll take the break and pause for these messages.
Celebrate the history of our national pastime at the National Baseball Hall of Fame and Museum in Cooperstown. See priceless treasures that will bring your baseball memories to life. Cooperstown is where you, your family, and your friends can relive baseball's greatest moments and honor the all-time greats of the game. Plan your family visit today at baseballhall.org.
Silicon, microprocessors, and thousands of lines of code. Raw elements transformed into innovation by Lectors. For a limited time, experience advanced safety technology for yourself at the Lexus Golden Opportunity Sales Event. But hurry, these offers won't last. Now through September 5th. See Bobby Rahal Lexus in Mechanicsburg.
Ross Peoples tries to get Brad Bergeson through the complete game. Leaves him in maybe a batter or two too long, and now the tying run will come to the plate in LJ Hose, who is 1 for 3 with a double and a run batted in tonight. Losada at third. His run would be unearned. Garcia sneaking to second in the rundown. 5-2 the score. Anthony Carter into the ball game, but not in the usual situation starting off an inning. 11 hits off of Bergeson, and to this point, 2 runs. Carter looking to get 3 outs here. Hose standing in, Anthony to the plate, and this is hit to right field. Back on it goes Garner. He will make the catch. Tagging off third is Losada. Headed to third is Garcia, so it's 5-3, but that is a big out. That run will be unearned. Carter has 1 man down. Michael Snyder will step in. Snyder 2 for 3. At the league home run leader currently on an Atlantic League roster, still trailing Casey Hobson. The league doubles leader stands in, and Michael Snyder. On deck is Corey Vaughn. Tying run at the plate. It's now 5-3. 1 out in the inning. Carter gets a swing and a miss out of Snyder. It is 0-1. 2 outs left to get. Barnstormers trying to win their 6th in a row. Here comes the 0-1 to Snyder. Breaking ball popped up right side. Clevenger coming over, has a look, and it's in the seats. No balls and 2 strikes, which has been a very bad count for the Barnstormers here in the bottom of the 7th. The Palmeiro double and the Garcia single were both on 0-2 pitches. No balls, 2 strikes on Michael Snyder. Carter cannot afford to make a mistake here. Here's the 0-2. Ground ball on the left side, dug up by Halton. He'll make the throw. It is handled. 5-4 the score, but now 2 outs. Snyder driving in his 58th run of the season. Bergeson ends up allowing 4 runs on 11 hits in 6+ innings tonight. And if you give the out on the rundown, it's 2 earned runs. If you just say that Garcia got the second because of the error, then it's 4. Corey Vaughn, the last hope for Southern Maryland, but still a tying run at the plate with 2 outs. Or I actually guess at the moment 3 earned runs off of Bergeson. Here's the pitch to Vaughn. Ground ball slowly hit up the first base line, just foul, or it was the last out of the game. Vaughn will bat at 0-1. Carter trying for his 20th save of the season. David Carpenter had more before leaving. And the man in the other bullpen, Cody Epley, has 24. Carpenter 30. 2 outs, 1 strike on Vaughn in a 5-4 ball game. Bases are now cleared off. Alex Glenn, the left-handed batter, waiting on deck. Carter ready to go. Here comes the 0-1 pitch. Almost hit him. Fastball ran inside, a ball and a strike. Vaughn is 1 for 3 in the game. One ball, 1 strike. Carter comes back. Breaking ball, slashed foul. Make it 1-2. Back-to-back doubles by Palmeiro and Losada. Started the inning. Then Garcia singling up the middle. Carter has gotten 2 outs. He's 1-2 on Vaughn. The pitch fouled away. Carter trying to nail down a 1-run win Southern Maryland has put on a furious rally here in the bottom of the 7th inning, scoring 3. 1 ball, 2 strikes, continuing on Corey Vaughn. Here's the motion and the pitch. Fastball outside, 2-2. Big pitch here. The motion, Carter winds, he fires, it's wrapped on the ground to the shortstop. Coronado with the dig, another low throw. This one snapped up by Clevenger, and it ends the ball game. Anthony Carter able to nail it down, retiring 3 in a row. It's 3 runs in the inning on 3 hits with 1 error. Nobody left on base. You can breathe a sigh of relief. The Barnstormers' winning streak has been extended to 6, the season longest. We'll be back with the wrap-up show from Game 1 coming your way next. Our final score, Lancaster 5 and Southern Maryland 4.
After you juggle the kids, sports, homework, housework, and squeeze in a moment for yourself, there isn't much time left to plan activities to keep your family having fun together. So give yourself a break and head to Strasburg Railroad, where the 45-minute steam train ride is just the beginning. There are family-friendly train events, vintage baseball, shop tours, a steampunk weekend, plus our popular Day Out with Thomas trains. The fun is as endless as your imagination. Reserve your tickets at strasburgrailroad.com.
The Federal Tap House is a great place to stop by after a Barnstormers game and continue your enjoyable evening in downtown Lancaster. Featuring 100 beers on tap, including many craft beers from here in Central PA, the Federal Tap House has something for everyone's palate, not to mention a full bar and elegant wine selection for the non-beer geeks in the group. For the entire lineup of brews, check online at federaltaphouse.com. That's at Federal Tap House, 201 North Queen Street, just blocks from Clipper Magazine Stadium, or at their other location in Harrisburg.
Back with you from Regency Furniture Stadium, where the Barnstormers end up clinging to Game 1. They had a chance to put it away in the top half of the 7th inning, and Southern Maryland got out of a bases-loaded 1-out jam. And then in the bottom of the inning, 3 straight hits off of Brad Bergeson. Every one of those came around. The lead big enough. Anthony Carter got 3 consecutive outs, allowing the runs to score. But that's not what mattered. He got those 3 outs and saves his 20th. Here are the line totals on Game 1. 5 runs, 10 hits, 2 errors, 8 left for the Barnstormers. 4 runs, 11 hits, no errors. Southern Maryland leaving 7. The win to Brad Bergeson. He goes to 7-6 on the season. The loss to Darrell Thompson. He is now 5-6. Carter with his 19th consecutive save, his 20th overall. The lone home run of the game, coming off the bat of Cole Garner, and that was with a man aboard in the 5th inning, his 3rd with the Barnstormers this year. 2 hours, 28 minutes was the time of the game. We'll wait till the end of Game 2 for the attendance on tonight's doubleheader. The Barnstormers seem to be on their way to a fairly good-sized win here tonight. Garner drove in 2 runs with a double back in the 3rd inning following a walk to Anderson De La Rosa and a bunt single by Rico Noel. And then in the 5th, the Barnstormers built the lead to 5-0 on consecutive doubles by Noel and Trayvon Robinson. And then 1 batter later, a 2-run home run, a monster to straightaway left field by Garner. That made it 5-0. Southern Maryland chipped away, though. They got a run off of Bergeson in the 5th inning with 2 outs. L.J. Hose doubled down the right field line, scoring Jose Losada. The Barnstormers got out there as De La Rosa was able to pick Hose off second base. Bergeson gave up a ton of hits tonight. Pitching with the lead, that was part of it. He didn't walk anybody, but escaped a first and second two-out jam in the sixth inning as Luis Allen flied out to right, but Brad could not get an out in the seventh. Patrick Palmeiro was up there, no balls and 2 strikes, cracked a double to deep right center field. Then Jose Losada doubled down the right field line. That made it a 5-2 ball game. Then Edwin Garcia batting 0-2, singled up the middle. The Barnstormers messed up a rundown as they had Losada dead to rights around third, but Halton threw the ball where Anderson De La Rosa could not field it. And that enabled Losada to dive back into third, Garcia to take second. Anthony Carter came into the ball game at that point. LJ Hose drove in Losada with a sac fly. Michael Snyder grounded out to drive in Garcia. The Barnstormers at that point really didn't care all that much. Carter was getting outs, and then he got Corey Vaughn to ground out to short, ending the ball game. The Barnstormers settled the decision with a 5-4 win. It is Lancaster's 6th win in a row. They have a perfect road trip working. They are 5-0 away from home on this trip, and Lancaster now 11-3 since the All-Star break, 14-7 in the second half. We'll be back with a quick look at the out-of-town scores and a preview of Game 2 coming your way next right here on the Lancaster Barnstormers YouTube channel.
Localflavor.com, local flavor, localflavor.com, local flavor.
Excuse me. Are you saying localflavor.com?
Oh, yeah, it's where I save big bucks on all kinds of things. Home improvement projects, dining out, family fun, electronics, jewelry, clothing. I even bought my wife a fancy spa package for half price.
Half price?
Yep, you know all the deals you find in Clipper Magazine.
I love Clipper Magazine.
Well, they're all on localflavor.com too. And you can get them right on your phone thanks to localflavor.com's mobile app. Here, take a look.
Well, this app is amazing. Look at all these restaurants, amusement parks, car washes, fitness centers. This is worth sharing about.
Exactly. Localflavor.com online, the Local Flavor mobile app, and Clipper Magazine together. It's like a triple play.
Do the cheer again. I'm in.
Localflavor.com. Local Flavor. Come on, everybody. Localflavor.com. Local Flavor. Localflavor.com. Local Flavor.
Well, here's what's going on around the rest of the Atlantic League. The Long Island Ducks on a 9-1 lead over Bridgeport in the 4th inning. Somerset and Sugar Land, no score. That's in the bottom half of the 2nd down in Texas. And the New Britain Bees, this is good news, up 5-1 over the York Revolution in the top half of the 5th inning. Major League Baseball, we had some daytime games. The Dodgers behind former Long Island Duck Rich Hill slipped past the San Francisco Giants today at 2-1. The Dodgers are now 73-31. The only team I can ever remember anywhere near that was the Seattle Mariners team a decade plus ago, where John Halama was the number 5 starter on that ball club. What was that, 2001, maybe, somewhere around there? Seattle won in excess of 110 games that year. The Dodgers very much on pace to do that. The Mariners beat the Mets by a final score of 3-2. It was the New York Yankees 5 and the Tampa Bay Rays 4. The Angels in another one-run game, beating the Toronto Blue Jays 6-5. Houston is up 3-1 over Detroit. The Astros are playing .667 baseball, and they pale in comparison to the Dodgers, who are up over 700. Rockies up 2-0 at Washington in the bottom half of the 2nd inning. They were rained out last night. Looks like they're playing 2 tomorrow. The Atlanta Braves lead the Phillies 2-0. They're in the bottom of the 2nd inning. Milwaukee with a 1-0 lead over the Cubs. They're in the top half of the 2nd in Wisconsin. Kansas City and the Red Sox, no score at Fenway. Cincinnati has a run on the board to lead Miami 1-0 through 2.5 innings. The Cleveland Indians lead 1-0 in the 2nd against the White Sox in Chicago. St. Louis 1-0 over Arizona through an inning. Baltimore is in Texas tonight, and Austin Bibbins-Dirks will be making the start against the Orioles. He is 3-0 with a 4.53 earned run average going in. It is Pittsburgh at San Diego, and it is Minnesota at Oakland, all coming up in a little while. We've got more baseball tonight at Regency Furniture Stadium. The Barnstormers have defeated the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs 5-4 in Game 1 of our doubleheader. Regrettably, this was not to decide the first half. It's a second half ball game. The Barnstormers back with a 2-game lead in the second half race over the York Revolution, pending the remaining outcomes tonight. Southern Maryland now has slipped 6 games behind the Lancaster Barnstormers here in the second half. So Lancaster and Southern Maryland with a second game coming up. Tommy Shirley coming off 5 brilliant innings against the New Britain Bees back on Monday. Will lock horns with a guy who may very well, by the time all is said and done, be the Atlantic League Pitcher of the Year, Gabby Hernandez. He is 7-1 with a 2.69 ERA. He is in the mix. Brian Grenning is in the mix. Michael Nix just left the Sugarland Skeeters. He was leading the league in wins and earned run average. So it'll be interesting to see down the stretch who does get that Pitcher of the Year nod in the ALPB. Right now, probably Gabby Hernandez in the lead. The Barnstormers will try to chip away at that lead in game 2. We'll be back with the starting lineups for the second game in about 15 minutes, 15, 20 minutes. It's generally a half an hour in between games. We'll come back when we see the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs take the field. So we're going to pot it down for now, and we will be back with you for the starting lineups in game 2 coming your way shortly. Well, welcome back, everyone, from Regency Furniture Stadium as we get set for the second game of our doubleheader tonight. Barnstormers barely holding on to the opener, 5-1 or 5-4. A ball game they led 5-0 going into the bottom half of the fifth inning. And now in game two, it's Tommy Shirley against Gabby Hernandez. The Barnstormers with a left-hander just growing back into the role as a starting pitcher after missing a couple of months with a shoulder ailment against maybe the league's best overall here in the 2017 season. For the Barnstormers, Bo Amaral will be leading off the nightcap. He'll be in center. Rico Noel moving back into second base, batting number 2. Steve Clevenger will hit third and play first base. Cole Garner, along with Noel, the stars of the first game for the Barnstormers. Garner driving in 4 runs. He's in right field hitting cleanup. Sean Halton will move out to left and bat fifth. The third baseman in the number 6 slot is Garrett Weber. Nate Coronado is the shortstop. He is batting 7th. Lastings Millage is the DH batting 8. Tyler Clark is doing the catching and batting in the number 9 slot, working with his road roomie, Tommy Shirley, who is 0-2 with 7.94 ERA, but coming off 5 brilliant innings against the New Britain Bees back on Monday. For Southern Maryland in the nightcap, Jose Lozada will be leading off. He moves over to third. The shortstop batting second is Edwin Garcia. L.J. Hose is in left field. He is batting third. Michael Snyder, the cleanup batter and first baseman. Alex Glenn will bat fifth. He will be in right field. Center fielder Zach Cohn is batting sixth. Patrick Palmero will be the designated hitter. He is batting number 7. Brian Bistain with the start at second base. He's batting 8th. Ryan Wiggins will be doing the catching in the nightcap, batting 9th. Hernandez on the hill, the right-hander from Miami, 7-1 with a 2.69 ERA. He's given up 83 hits and only 21 walks in 97 innings this season. He has 97 strikeouts on the year. Hernandez, an Atlantic League veteran from Miami, as I mentioned, 31 years of age. He is 6 feet 4 inches tall and goes 225 pounds. Darrell Thompson is the all-time leader in wins in Southern Maryland, but Gabby Hernandez certainly right there with him. Hernandez has reached AAA in some different organizations. He has never been able to crack the ceiling and get to the major league level. He has been with the Florida Marlins. He has been there with the Seattle Mariners, the Kansas City Royals, Arizona Diamondbacks, and trying to make it to the promised land of the major leagues. This is his 6th go-around here in the Atlantic League with the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs. His overall record here in Southern Maryland, 36 up and 34 down. This the best of his 6 campaigns with the Blue Crabs. He'll be backed up defensively by Jose Lozada at third, the shortstop Edwin Garcia, Brian Bistain at second, Michael Snyder at first. L.J. Hose is out and left, Zach Cohn in center, and Alex Glenn, the right fielder, with Ryan Wiggins doing the catching here this evening. The umpires have rotated. Chris Richards has the plate. Brian DeBrouwer is the first base umpire, and Tim Detweiler is over at third. Between games of the doubleheader, something appeared we hadn't seen the entire time we've been in Southern Maryland. That thing known as the sun, just as it was about to set, it was glimmering off the signs out in right and center field, but it is now down, and we're ready to go at game 2. Under the lights, first pitch to Bo Amaral has popped up into foul territory. Jose Lozada, the third baseman, will latch on an easy play. Amaral's retired. A very quick out for Gabby Hernandez. 1 away. Second baseman Rico Noel will step in. 273 for Rico after getting 3 hits in the opener. 2 home runs for Noel on the season, and he has driven in 17. Taking a peek at the Atlantic League scoreboard, Long Island just polishing off the Bridgeport Bluefish tonight. It's 10-1 in the 6th inning. New Britain leads York 5-2 in the 6th. Sugarland is up 3-0 over Somerset in the 3rd inning. Hernandez to Noel. First pitch reaches the inside corner for a called strike. It is 0-1. Steve Clevenger waiting on deck. Very pretty sunset but no longer is that sun really shining off of the outfield wall here, which can really make it tough on hitters. Popped up foul, coming back as Wiggins for a look, but Noel sends that up to the stadium rooftop. As a matter of fact, it sounds like it didn't hit very far from right above my head. No balls and 2 strikes to Noel. Hernandez has just been magnificent since the start of the season. In the past, he's had some great games, but never has put together a fabulous year here. 0-2 breaking ball, spins outside. Ball 1 and 2 strikes, the count on Rico Noel. But Gabby seems to have it all together here in 2017. A big part of the reason Southern Maryland got into that first half tie with the Barnstormers. Noel spoils the pitch and stays alive with a count of 1-2. Hernandez has seen the Barnstormers twice before, and he has struck out a lot of batters, but Lancaster has gotten to him for 14 hits and 6 runs in 10 1/3 innings. However, he does have a win against Lancaster. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Noel takes it high and inside. 2 balls and 2 strikes. That win coming 11-2 here at Regency Furniture Stadium back on May the 22nd. Big swing and a miss. Noel is gone. Hernandez off to a flying start. 2 out, nobody on base. And here is Steve Clevenger. Hitless in the opener. Clevenger batting .219 now with 2 runs batted in. In that game, Hernandez gave up 2 runs on 6 hits in 5 1/3 innings. Caleb Gindel and Blake Galen drove in the runs. Of course, that's not happening tonight. Start. Barnstormers won 8-7 with a late rally after Gabby had come out of the game. First pitch, strike in on Clevenger. It is 0-1. Casey Hobson with a home run. Yeah, you get the picture. Clevenger bats 0-1. Hernandez rears back, brings it home. That's fouled over the screen up into the seats. A 2-strike count on Clevenger. Cole Garner waiting on deck. Barnstormers have won 6 in a row coming into the nightcap. Gabby Hernandez will be a tough hurdle to overcome for number 7. Here comes the 0-2 to Clevenger. Wasted outside. Ball 1 and 2 strikes. Hernandez has really been solid throughout this season. Clevenger swings and misses at a breaking ball, and it's a 3-up, 3-down inning, 2 strikeouts for Gabby Hernandez, making it look easy here in the top half of the first. So we'll go to the bottom of the first inning. Tommy Shirley on the hill for the Lancaster Barnstormers with the score. The Barnstormers 0, and the Blue Crabs coming up.
In East Petersburg is your hometown appliance store with hometown values. We always give back to our community, and this year we are proud to be a sponsor of the East Petersburg Amphitheater Project. Stop in and purchase from us and keep your money here, helping others in your community. We are back again this season with a $25,000 giveaway at the stadium, and you can stop in and register for a Barnstormers game jersey. We want to be your appliance store and give back to all of you. Gockenauer Appliances in East Petersburg.
Hey, Jane, check it out. 2 brand new Fast Play games from the Pennsylvania Lottery.
Yeah, you just pick your game, get your ticket, and see if you've won.
And with Payday, you could win progressive top prizes instantly.
Instantly? That's fast.
Not faster than me drinking this frozen slush.
You okay?
Ouch. Headache.
Oh.
Fast Play. Play fast, win instantly. The Pennsylvania Lottery. Players must be 18 or older. Please play responsibly. Benefits older Pennsylvanians every day.
We talked to left-hander Tommy Shirley about how he simplified his mechanics before his start against the New Britain Bees. It definitely paid off. No longer do we see all the herky-jerky motions in the midst of Shirley's windup. It is smoothed out greatly, and he was rewarded with 5 shutout innings back on Monday night. Shirley in that ball game gave up just 3 hits. They were all singles. He walked 2 and struck out 4, picking up the a no decision in the Barnstormers 2-1 win. He came out with a 1-0 lead. New Britain tied it up in the 6th, and the Barnstormers won it in the 8th on the play we discussed with Rico Noel, racing home on a wild pitch where the ball ended up still in the batter's box. Here's Jose Losada, switch hitter, leading off, batting right-handed against Shirley. Tommy's first pitch of the night, a strike called. It is 0-1. Losada with a pair of hits, including an RBI double in the 7th inning in Game 1, now at 281 with 4 homers, 20 runs batted in. Shirley comes back, and the 0-1 pitch is low. Working with him here in Game 2 is Tyler Clark. Garrett Weber at third, Nate Coronado at short. Rico Noel back in at second base, Steve Clevenger at first. Sean Halton, Bo Amaral, and Cole Garner, the outfield from left to right. Here's a 1-1 offering. This is looped, foul ground, right side. Clevenger over, but there'll be no play, except in the crowd where apparently a fan made a pretty good catch out of my line of sight. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Losada, man who rescued me back in May. One night I was stranded here at Regency Furniture Stadium. Every once in a while it happens. 1-2, and Shirley to Losada, swing and a miss. Tommy with a fastball up and in, 1 out. And Edwin Garcia coming to the plate. They thought I had gotten another ride back to the hotel. The bus left without me. And I walked down there to find an empty Barnstormers clubhouse. I couldn't even really get into it. They told me the bus had left. I was trying to make my call to get somebody to come back and get me, and Jose came out and said he'd give me a ride. A wonderful fella. Called strike, 0-1 on Edwin Garcia. Right-handed hitting shortstop. Shirley comes back. The 0-1 pitch wrapped on the ground into the hole. There is Coronado. He'll make the sidearm throw, but not enough on it. And that throw bouncing on past Clevenger. It'll be an infield hit for Garcia. Coronado making the plays tonight with the glove. His throws have not been terribly accurate here this evening. That time it didn't really matter as long as the ball didn't go out of play. Garcia's on base. LJ Hose stepping in. Hose 292 with 12 runs batted in. 2 of those ribbies in Game 1. He had a sac fly and a double long into the right field corner. Shirley to the plate, singing it across for strike 1. 1 out, Garcia the runner. Edwin Garcia does have 8 swipes on the year and 12 tries. Definitely worth keeping an eye on for Shirley. Runner out to lead. He's not going to go. Shirley missing outside with a fastball. It is 1-1 on Hose. First baseman Michael Snyder waits on deck. Lancaster taking the opener tonight, 5-4. So as long as the New Britain Bees can hold on to their lead over York, the Barnstormers will pick up ground on the Revs tonight. Bouncing ball, shortstop, handled by Coronado. Out at second. Noel fires back to first. A quick double play. 6-4-3 on LJ Hose. Tommy Shirley out of the inning. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, and nobody left on base. Second inning coming up, and there is no score.
We can't help but always want more, especially on the road. More horsepower, heightened handling, Elevated design. Get more out of your drive with the Lexus IS. Bold styling, track-tuned handling, available 306 horsepower. Experience the exhilaration of the IS 350, IS all-wheel drive, and IS Turbo. See Bobby Rahal Lexus in Mechanicsburg.
Enjoy baseball and music this summer at Clipper Magazine Stadium. No matter what your taste in music might be, we have a night for you. Rock, oldies, country, funk, jazz. We have it all covered over 8 weekend nights this season. Each of those evenings will kick off with a Barnstormers game at 6:30. Following the baseball action, music will take the spotlight to complete our entertainment doubleheader. Check your Lancaster Barnstormers pocket schedule or our website at www.lancasterbarnstormers.com to check out the concert dates. Barnstormers Baseball. Make a night of it.
Gabby Hernandez put together a dazzling first inning. He struck out 2, got Bo Amaral on a foul pop-up on his first pitch. Cole Garner, who had the hot hand offensively for the Barnstormers in game 1, leads off here in the second. He was 3 for 4 was Cole with a home run, double, and drove in 4 runs. Gabby Hernandez already has dealt 10 quality starts this year. He's thrown 5 innings in 14 out of the 15 in which he has appeared. First pitch fastball for a strike on Garner. It is 0-1, and Gabby Hernandez in very fine form here tonight. 0-1, and Garner pops this up into the clouds. Michael Snyder having trouble seeing it, and the ball lands, and it's a fair ball. It almost hit off the bag. Michael Snyder having trouble picking it up here at the twilight. And the Barnstormers with the leadoff man on. Cole Garner with a pop-up that was hit mighty high right at the first base bag. It landed barely fair, and Sean Halton steps in with a runner on base, and that, by convention, is a base hit for Garner. Halton coming to the plate. Sean 256 with 17 home runs, 58 driven in after picking up a base hit and a walk in game 1. So a quirky base hit. Garner takes the lead. Halton swings and misses and ends up on his heels after the big rip. It is 0-1. That ball, if it didn't land right on the first base bag, was certainly right next to it, but fair. Garner out to a lead. He's 3 for 4, stealing bases. Halton awaits the 0-1. It's a breaking ball and good for strike 2. Gabby Hernandez is pitching brilliantly here. The Barnstormers catching a break to have the runner on. Cole's 4th hit of the doubleheader. It won't make his personal highlight reels. Pickoff throw from Hernandez. Garner back in standing. Infield set up, double play depth. Garrett Weber on deck, and then Nate Coronado. Hernandez forced to work out of the stretch here. 2-strike pitch to Halton, swung on and missed. And that is number 3 for Hernandez tonight, number 100 on the season for Gabby. Garrett Weber stepping in with 1 out. Hernandez trailing only Jonathan Albaladejo in the strikeout race, but Albaladejo has been signed. Hernandez can fly past him tonight. He'll tie with 3 more. Pitch to Weber, swing and a miss. It is 0-1. Hernandez just rifling through the Barnstormers here. He struck out Noel and Clevenger last inning. Halton here in the second, following the accidental base hit for Cole Garner. Weber, a .303 hitter. He had 1 hit in the opener. The 0-1 pitch crowds him, a ball and a strike. Coronado waiting on deck. If the Barnstormers can beat Gabby Hernandez tonight, it will really be a feather in the cap of this team. To the set, here's the 1-1, and strike two right on the inside edge. Gabby Hernandez has hit every spot with great stuff. Right now, in the early going in this ball game, he would be deemed unhittable. We'll see if he can get it to continue. Weber bats 1-2. Wiggins gives him the signal, the right-hander ready to go, and it's a breaking ball missing inside. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Garrett. Lancaster trying for a doubleheader sweep. They have pulled off a couple in the day-nighters this year. Here's a 2-2 offering. Swing and a miss at a fastball. Make it 4 for Hernandez. Nate Coronado stepping in. Coronado 1 for 4 in the opener. 10-game hitting streak on the road for the Barnstormers shortstop. By all rights, Hernandez should be 6 for 6. 4 strikeouts, 2 pop-ups. But Snyder just did not pick up the baseball against the backdrop of the clouds, and since it was right at the first base bag, nobody could help him out. Coronado stands in. Hernandez ready to go. First pitch is way outside and past Wiggins. Garner will head to second, and we'll double check, but that to me was in wild pitch territory. So we'll peek at the official book. Runner in scoring position. And a ball 1 count on Nate Coronado. Coronado also struck out and grounded into a double play in game 1. Definitely a wild pitch to to Coronado. Garner advances to second. Swing and a foul back. Coronado up there at a ball and a strike. Gabby Hernandez at the outset of this game, absolutely deadly. We'll see if the Barnstormers can pick up a gift run here. Coronado batting at a ball and a strike. Defense spread out against Nate. Hernandez looks back to Garner. Here's the 1-1 breaking ball rolled on the right side off the end of the bat. Easy pickup for Bistain. And Hernandez is out of the second. No runs, 1 hit with 1 man left on base. We'll get to the bottom half of the second inning, still scoreless here at Southern Maryland.
Localflavor.com, local flavor. Localflavor.com, local flavor.
Excuse me, are you saying localflavor.com?
Oh, yeah, it's where I save big bucks on all kinds of things. Home improvement projects, dining out, family fun, electronics, jewelry, clothing. I even bought my wife a fancy spa package for half price.
Half price?
Yep, you know all the deals you find in Clipper Magazine.
I love Clipper Magazine.
Well, they're all on localflavor.com too. And you can get them right on your phone thanks to localflavor.com's mobile app. Here, take a look.
Well, this app is amazing. Look at all these restaurants, amusement parks, car washes, fitness centers. This is worth sharing about.
Exactly. Localflavor.com online, the Local Flavor mobile app, and Clipper Magazine together. It's like a triple play.
Do the cheer again. I'm in.
Localflavor.com, local flavor. Come on, everybody! Localflavor.com, local flavor. Localflavor.com, local flavor.
Tommy Shirley will be facing Michael Snyder, Alex Glenn, and Zach Cohn as we go to the bottom of the second inning, scoreless so far. Each side with 1 base hit that remained in the infield. Gabby Hernandez has been brilliant. Nobody has hit the ball remotely hard, and he has struck out 4. Tommy Shirley giving up an infield single and a grinder to the hole at shortstop, and took care of it with a double play ball. Here is the first baseman, Michael Snyder, hitting .290 now after picking up a pair of hits in game one. Snyder has Alex Glenn, a newcomer to the league, protecting him in the batting order. Southern Maryland was down to the bare bones at Somerset earlier in the week. First pitch, and that is crushed to left field. Way back it goes, and that is number 19 for Snyder. Looked like a hanging breaking ball from Tommy Shirley, and Michael Snyder leaves the yard. Just over the corner of the picnic deck and well beyond that. A 1-0 lead for Southern Maryland. Alex Glenn, the left-handed batting right fielder, will come to the plate. Michael Snyder swinging a hot bat right now. It's his second homer off of Lancaster pitching on the season. Here is Glenn. He was 0 for 3 in game one with some well-hit balls to the right side, a couple of them. Shirley to the plate. Glenn gets a fastball upstairs. Ball 1-0. Leadoff home run in the second for Snyder. Southern Maryland with its first lead tonight. Down low for ball 2. Glenn batting 2 balls and nothing. Center fielder Zach Cohn, then Palmero and Bistain. Southern Maryland looking to provide ample support for Gabby Hernandez. Chopper to the second baseman, handled by Noel. Quick toss over to first. Glenn's retired. Zach Cohn stepping in. It's a good recovery from Tommy Shirley after falling behind in the count. 2 balls and no strikes. Cohn to the plate, 269 with 8 homers. He was knocked in 40, 1 for 3 in game one for Cohn. Southern Maryland doesn't have quite the level of major league experience that you see on some of the other clubs around the Atlantic League. On the ground off what sounded like a broken bat, 1 hop to Rico, and Cohn's retired, 4-3. Patrick Palmero will step in. LJ Hose, the only position player who has performed at the major league level. On the pitching staff, they've got Daryl Thompson, Robert Carson, Cody Epley, Eric Fornatero, and Drew Hayes, but they don't have anybody there that would necessarily qualify as a longtime major league veteran. There is Palmero, the son of one. That doesn't count. First pitch, wide of the plate, ball 1 on Palmero. 2 doubles for him, and very, very well hit doubles, I might add, in game one. Both past Noel out in center. Shirley comes back, 1-0 pitch, fouled away. Ball 1, strike 1. The way Gabby Hernandez is pitching, that leadoff home run from Michael Snyder could conceivably be enough. But the Barnstormers have a tremendous ability to find ways to score runs on most nights. Here's the pitch, swing and a miss. Palmero trailing 1-2. Shirley's been able to do a good job shaking off that leadoff homer. Wind blowing out toward right field tonight. It wasn't going to hold either one of those home runs back. Garner's in game one. Fastball is up high. Tyler Clark, I think, thought that was going to be called the third strike. He bounced off out of his crouch and was headed to the dugout, but not the case. And it's now 2-2 on Palmero. The home run, the third, allowed by Shirley in now 18 2/3 innings. Here comes the 2-2 pitch, fouled off by Palmero. He'll stick around for at least one more. Michael Snyder has as much raw power as anyone in this league. And realistically, right now, Garner and Halton are probably the other two at that level, maybe Sonko, and possibly Kraus. Kraus is just the hottest Ball 3 is inside, 3-2 from Long Island. But I don't see that many more having that level of power. Connor Bierfeld certainly has a share. 3-2, and Shirley deals that is lined over Coronado, a base hit toward left center field. Hustling over to get there is Halt, and he bobbles for a moment. No harm. Palmero aboard with a 2-out single. And we'll see Brian Bistain for the first time. Bistain has been with the Blue Crabs for a while and had, as I recall, a big grand slam. I think it was at York. His one home run. He's batting .195 with 14 runs batted in. Utility player is Bistain. Bistagne is the last name. 2-out. Base runner is Palmero. He's had a very good night at the dish. Bistain is a 29-year-old from Glendale, California. He takes a strike from Shirley, a one-time AAA left-hander for the Houston Astros. Shirley comes back with the 0-1, misses high and inside. Ball 1, strike 1. Ryan Wiggins, the catcher, waits on deck. Bistain can play the positions. Upstairs, make it 2-1, and you just have that have bat will travel kind of guy. Signed with the Twins in 2009. That's his only year in a major league organization. Was in the Can-Am League earlier this year at Ottawa. And he's played in the Frontier League, in the American Association, the Golden League back when it existed. 2-1 from Shirley to Bistain. That breaks low. 3 balls and a strike. The catcher Wiggins in the on-deck circle. He was a Texas Air Hog last year. Split between Grand Prairie and Amarillo. Ball 4 is inside. Shirley puts a second base runner on. Ryan Wiggins will come to the plate, hitting .168 with 3 homers and 7 knocked in. A team that was working with just 8 position players over the course of the week. Now just about fully back. Corey Vaughn returning to the ball club. Alex Glenn, Losada, overcoming an injury. Kahuhala Hala fouled the ball off his foot, and whether or not he's available is questionable. Quick visit to the mound by Scott Patterson. Go over things with Tommy Shirley. Palmero at second, Bistain at first with 2 outs as Wiggins comes to the plate. Southern Maryland with a 1-0 lead. And if you're the Barnstormers, you have to understand you cannot fall into any kind of a significant hole here with Gabby Hernandez pitching as well as he is. Shirley's pitch, Wiggins with a swing and a foul tip out ahead of it. No balls and 1 strike. Out to the mound goes Chris Richards, the plate umpire, as Tyler Clark took the brunt of that foul tip. No balls, 1 strike. Yep, the plate's being dusted off too. That's a given. New Britain leading York 6-3. They are now in the bottom of the 7th inning at New Britain Stadium, with Bees trying to end a losing streak. Barnstormers trying to keep a winning streak going tonight. They've won 6 in a row, but trail here in game 2 to Wiggins. 0-1 pitch, finds the outside corner. Strike 2 on the right-handed batting catcher. The switch-hitting third baseman Losada waits on deck. Palmero off second. Bistain leads from first base. Shirley glancing around. The 0-2 pitch, high. Ball 1, 2 strikes. Barnstormers in that 7th inning in game 1 got burned a couple of times on 0-2 pitches, trying to stay away from walks and stay away from handing base runners over. 5-1, first 3 batters reached base on rather resounding base hits. Barnstormers brought Anthony Carter in, and he got 3 outs in a hurry to nail it down. Off speed, swing and a miss. That will do it here in the second inning. Wiggins retired on the strikeout. Second for Shirley tonight. It's 1 run, 2 hits, no errors. 2 are left on by Southern Maryland, and at the end of 2, the Blue Crabs have a 1-0 lead.
Celebrate the history of our national pastime at the National Baseball Hall of Fame and Museum in Cooperstown. See priceless treasures that will bring your baseball memories to life. Cooperstown is where you, your family, and your friends can relive baseball's greatest moments and honor the all-time greats of the game. Plan your family visit today at baseballhall.org.
Not only does the Federal Tap House have the largest selection of craft draft beers in Lancaster City, they have amazing food to go along with those elite beers. Open every day for both lunch and dinner, their menu has something for everyone, including a special lunch menu available every Monday through Friday, as well as their normal menu. So when you're in the mood for great wood-fried pizzas, handcraft coal-fired burgers, or our all-inspiring duck fat fries, head over to the Federal Tap House. That's the Federal Tap House, 201 North Queen Street in downtown Lancaster, open by 11:30 every day of the week.
Gabby Hernandez has been staked to a 1-run lead as we go to the top of the third. Lastings Village, Tyler Clark, and Bo Amaral are scheduled against the right-hander. 2 shy of the league lead in strikeouts at this point is Hernandez. Barnstormers back home on Monday. New Britain in for 3. Sugar Land in for 4. We have fireworks coming up Friday and Saturday next weekend. Star Wars night on Saturday with the Silo Night bobblehead giveaway. And I believe it's likely, anyway, the same Star Wars performers that are here this evening, battling it out with their lightsabers. Am I un-American that I was not really a huge fan of the Star Wars series? I think they're okay. I actually liked Spaceballs, but that's me. Huge Mel Brooks fan. Millage batting .286 will lead off against Hernandez. First pitch high and inside. Ball 1, no strikes. Lastings walked twice and grounded into a double play in game 1. Yeah, he stayed in the batter's box for a long time, each appearance. Hernandez back with the 1-0. That's low. Millage with the 2-0 edge. Tyler Clark in the on-deck circle. Hernandez rearing back. He fires ball 3 way outside. Millage a chance to reach base leading off the third inning. Barnstormers' offense is not as intimidating as it was 5 weeks ago with Hobson, Gindel, and Galen, but it still will find a way to get the job done. Millage looks at a strike over at the knees. 3-1. Cole Garner, of course, a significant addition. And Barnstormers hoping Amaral and Clevenger will get their at-bats in and really start to add to the offense. Fly ball to left center. Zach Cohn is there. That's 1 out here in the third inning. Tyler Clark coming to the plate, 171 with 8 runs batted in for Clark. Barnstormers could do the official scorekeeper here, Kevin Collins, a favor by getting a clean hit at some point in this game. Right now, the only base runner Lancaster's had was Garner with the pop-up that was missed. Fouled off the foot of Clark. He got one on a foul tip in the bottom of the second, and now does it to himself here in the top half of the third inning. No balls and 1 strike on the Barnstormer receiver, Bo Amaral, waiting on deck. Amaral has made contributions, Clevenger occasionally, but Steve's going to need, I think, maybe 100 at-bats before he really makes a huge contribution. He has not played since last year, no spring training. Right now, he's 33 at-bats in. It's going to take 10 to 20 more games, I think, for him. 0-1. Clark takes a second strike on the outer corner. Hernandez has a big advantage here. Barnstormers have their hands full and hopefully find a way to scratch out a couple of runs against Hernandez. Well, he has looked marvelous so far. Most consistent season of his career at age 31. 0-2 outside of Tyler. Ball 1, 2 strikes. And it's why it's so difficult to put together long winning streaks, is simply because no matter how well you're playing, occasionally you're going to run into a Gabby Hernandez. 1-2 pitch is beaten foul off a breaking ball. Still 1-2 on Clark. You're going to run into that hot pitcher who has it all together, and he's just going to be tough to beat. Hernandez losing just once the entire season. 1-2. The wind and a Clark. Ground ball right side. Rolling into the glove of the second baseman, Bistain. 2 up and 2 down here in the third inning, and it'll turn the lineup over to Bo Amaral. Amaral fouled out on the game's first pitch. Michael Schneider allowing the Barnstormers to have their only base runner, but making up for it with a leadoff home run in the bottom of the second inning. Amaral comes back around. He was playing this year. He was in AAA with the Cincinnati Reds, with the Louisville Bats Ball Club. Sat for about 3.5 weeks before joining the Barnstormers. Inside and low from Hernandez. Ball 1, no strikes. The Blue Crabs looking for a split of tonight's doubleheader. Brian Evans tomorrow against right-hander Drew Hayes as we wrap up this series. Ball 2 is outside and low, 2-0. We said back in May that the one thing I thought at that time, standing between the Barnstormers and the first half, was Southern Maryland's starting rotation, and it turned out to be true. Grounded foul by Amaral, make it 2-1, because it was that starting rotation that shut down the Barnstormers for 3 straight nights here on our second visit that really kept Southern Maryland in the hunt. They picked up the key ground there. And then the Grenning, Hayes, Thompson, Hernandez quartet, really the thrust behind that big run that the Blue Crabs put together at one point, going, I believe, 12-2. Whereas when the Barnstormers went 18-7 early in the half to jump into the lead, it was mostly the offense that did it, scoring at least 4 runs a game. I think every one of those 25. Amaral with a fly ball down the left field line. That's going to curl foul and stays on the field of play, but LJ Hose had no chance to ever get there. He gave up on it early as the ball landed in the bullpen. 2-2 still on Amaral. He is not a home run hitter. He might be able to pop one up onto the deck from time to time in Lancaster. He told us the other night he puts it completely out of his mind. I think Bo is more likely to hit a home run here at Southern Maryland and reach that porch out and left. 2-2. Hernandez back into the motion, and to Amaral. Breaking ball, that is lined into left field, and a clean base hit. So the scorekeeper is off the hook. Amaral aboard with 2 outs here in the third inning. Rico Noel stepping in. Noel, a strikeout victim in the first. Barnstormers collect hit number 2 off of Hernandez. And again, Amaral going the other way. He and Clevenger are both opposite field hitters. So I think they're great fits personality-wise for the ball club, and they get the job done defensively. They're not necessarily the perfect left-handed batters for Clipper Magazine Stadium. Here's a pitch to Rico. Big swing and a miss. He goes down a strike. Rico had an infield single, another bunt single, and then a ground double inside the third base bag in game 1. But Hernandez has controlled him very well here in the nightcap. 1 strike on Noel. Hernandez comes back, and that is wrapped foul toward the feet of Ross Peoples and down to the bullpen bench where they trap it with their feet all in the row. That bullpen may not see any action in game 2. The way Hernandez is pitching, but you don't know. Lancaster eventually got to Darrell Thompson in game 1, reaching him for 5 runs in 5 innings. No balls, 2 strikes to Rico. Amaral with a short lead off first. He's not going to go, and time is called. Third inning of baseball in game 2. Lancaster taking the opener 5-4. Anthony Carter getting 3 outs in a hurry in the bottom of the 7th when that game was suddenly in danger. Into the dirt. Nice stop by Wiggins. Ball 1 and 2 strikes to Noel. Southern Maryland also benefited from York having too many catchers. Luis Allen came here, and he's done a marvelous job handling the staff as the number 1 guy. Ryan Wiggins, his backup. They let former Long Island Duck Mike Blank go. Here's the 1-2. That's also outside and low, and for the second time, a wild pitch from Hernandez moves a runner into scoring position for the Barnstormers. Amaral up the second, and Noel will try to tie the ball game on a base hit. 2 innings in a row. Gabby Hernandez has cut loose a wild pitch, bouncing beyond Wiggins, who was trying to shift to his right and block it. Noel batting 2-2. Lancaster with its second runner into scoring position. Hernandez to the set. Here's the pitch. Popped up foul back over my head. This inning has gotten stretched out on Hernandez. 2 balls, 2 strikes, the continuing count. Millage fly to center, and Clark grounded out starting the inning. Amaral with the base hit into left center field, and now 2 balls, 2 strikes to Rico Noel. Here's the motion and the pitch. Rico with a pop-up, should end the inning. Michael Snyder against the darker backdrop of the fully nighttime sky handles this one to end it. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, and a man left. Bottom of the 3rd on its way with Southern Maryland up 1-0. Enjoy great ballpark food at discount prices. The Lancaster Barnstormers offer numerous chances to enjoy your favorite ballpark foods this summer. On Sundays, Burke's hot dogs are only $1 all game long. Hess's Barbecue brings back the all-you-can-eat pig roast on Mondays and all-you-can-eat chicken and ribs on Tuesdays. Tuesdays are also Fill Your Tummy nights at the stadium, where for only $10, you can stuff yourselves with popcorn, hot dogs, fries, nachos, and soda. Upstairs, we have Pat's Pizza and Pinball Mondays and Fat Pig's Wing Wednesdays, where you can pair food and beer with a Barnstormers game. Barnstormers baseball, make a night of it.
Silicon, microprocessors, and thousands of lines of code. Raw elements transformed into innovation by Lexus. For a limited time, experience advanced safety technology for yourself at the Lexus Golden Opportunity Sales Event. But hurry, these offers won't last. Now through September 5th. See Bobby Rahal Lexus in Mechanicsburg.
Jose Losada getting ready to lead off the home half of the third inning. Losada struck out against Tommy Shirley to start the ball game. Shirley down 1-0 on the leadoff home run by Michael Snyder last inning. So a number of the students with whom I have worked in math over in Virginia could cheer about that because they're coached by Michael Snyder at the Snyder Brothers Training Facility in Prince William County in Gainesville. 1 strike on Losada. Fastball is there. Losada ran up as if to bunt, pulled the bat back. Shirley's got him 0-2. New Britain up over York 6-3. They have reached the bottom of the 8th at New Britain Stadium. Sugarland now with a 4-0 lead over Somerset in the top of the 6th inning. Foul ball right back into the net. 2 strikes still on Losada. It's so much fun talking to him that one night on the ride back to the hotel about being from Puerto Rico and living in Syracuse during the winter. Quite an adjustment. 0-2. Hopper toward the middle. Coronado will not get to it. That's a leadoff base hit for Losada. That is a very good piece of 2-strike hitting. Barnstormers pitchers are attacking with 2 strikes tonight, and it hasn't necessarily paid off for them. That's hit number 4. Here is Edwin Garcia. He reached on an infield base hit back in the 1st inning. Shirley has gotten a double play. He'll look for another. Well, they've now gotten to the top of the 9th in New Britain. Sean Gilblair, I would have to imagine, entering the ball game. Fastball for a strike on Garcia. It's 0-1. Barnstormers have managed 2 singles off of Hernandez. 4 hits off of Shirley, including the home run. Losada goes on a hit and run. The pitch fouled away by Garcia off to the right side. He was shooting for right field, but the ball came off the end of his bat foul. 0-2 to the right-handed batting shortstop. On the Major League scoreboard this afternoon, all those 1-run games. Dodgers 2, Giants 1. Seattle 3 and the Mets 2. Yankees 5, Tampa Bay 4. Angels 6, Toronto 5. There's strike 3 called. Shirley cuts down Garcia. 3rd strikeout for Tommy, 1 away. LJ Hose coming in. He grounded into the double play his first time up. Shirley will fire its low to Hose. Ball 1-0. 1 out, 1 on, lower half of the 3rd. Tommy Shirley out there battling. Not a bad outing for him at this stage. Next delivery, bouncer again toward the middle. There is Noel. He flips to Coronado. 1, back to first. Oh, a brilliant double play started by Rico Noel. 4-6-3, the second one that the Barnstormers have turned on LJ Hose here in game 2. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, nobody left on base. Wonderfully done by Noel and Coronado. And we will go to the 4th inning with Southern Maryland leading 1-0. Lancaster Bible College has been around since 1933, but did you know that they offer degrees in much more than just Bible? LBC offers degrees in criminal justice, business, professional counseling, and more, as well as graduate and seminary degrees in areas like Christian care, chaplaincy, education, and leadership studies. To learn more about LBC and the programs they offer, visit lbc.edu. That's lbc.edu.
Enjoy baseball and music this summer at Clipper Magazine Stadium. No matter what your taste in music might be, we have a night for you. Rock, oldies, country, funk, jazz, we have it all covered over 8 weekend nights this season. Each of those evenings will kick off with a Barnstormers game at 6:30. Following the baseball action, music will take the spotlight to complete our entertainment doubleheader. Check your Lancaster Barnstormers pocket schedule or our website at www.lancasterbarnstormers.com to check out the concert dates. Barnstormers Baseball. Make a night of it.
Well, thanks to the brilliant glove work from Rico Noel, Tommy Shirley out of any danger in the bottom of the third. The Barnstormers stay within one. Steve Clevenger, Cole Garner, and Sean Halton getting a second look at Gabby Hernandez. Clevenger, a strikeout victim, back in the first inning. Hernandez has the sign from Ryan Wiggins to Clevenger, popped up behind the third base bag. A long way goes the shortstop Garcia, and he takes one step too far, reaches back, and makes the catch while on the move. Only a great athlete could do that. Garcia racing back in behind Losada, and he ended up making a somewhat gymnastic type catch with a whirling backhanded move after taking one step too far, the wind pushing it back toward the field of play. One out. Clevenger's retired. Cole Garner stepping in. Garner 4 for 5 in the doubleheader. Hernandez ready to go, and a Cole a swing and a miss. No balls and one strike. Sean Halton is on deck. So far, the Barnstormers have met their match in Gabby Hernandez here in game 2. 0-1. Garner chases a breaking ball and misses. No balls, 2 strikes. Lancaster's gotten a couple of runners to second base on a single wild pitch combo. That's been it. Base hit by Amaral in the third inning. The only ball the Barnstormers really have hit well in this game. Lastings Millage, a respectable fly out in the third. 0-2, Garner swings and misses. And for Hernandez, that is number 5. He's 1 away from the league lead. Sean Halton fanned back in the second inning. Austin Bibbins-Dirks on the hill tonight for Texas Rangers. That's not going well. The Orioles are up 4-0 through 2.5 innings. Houston ended up losing to Detroit 5-3. The Rockies lead Washington 4-2 in the 7th. 3-1 Atlanta over Philadelphia, bottom 6. The Brewers 1-0 over the Cubs in the 6th. Royals and the Red Sox tied at 4 in the 5th inning. Miami 6, Cincinnati 2. They're in the 7th. The Indians are 1 better than the White Sox. There's a drive to left. Way back it goes. Halton has matched Snyder. We're tied at 1. First pitch of the at-bat, and Sean Halton yanks number 18 out of the yard. The sluggers have matched each other, and it's a 1-1 ball game with Garrett Weber stepping in. Snyder hit number 19, leading off the second. Well, the Barnstormers finding a way to score as Halton jumps on the first pitch with a screaming line drive home run to straightaway left field. Garrett Weber, a strikeout victim, back in the second. Hernandez ready to go, and it's a swing and a miss by Weber. No balls and a strike. Barnstormers are on the board. Oh, 1. Breaks to the inside corner. Hernandez right back to business. He's ahead of Weber, 0-2. If the Barnstormers win this game, Tommy Shirley, a left-hander in this ballpark, which favors the right-handed batters against arguably the best pitcher in the league, it's a steal. Ball one is outside, 1-2. Kind of would look at that as being, to some extent, an upset. It's even at 1 here in the 4th inning. 1-2 on Weber. That is just off the plate. Ryan Wiggins held it in place for that extra second. Asked Chris Richards, "Are you sure?" Garrett up there, 2 balls and 2 strikes. The line by Hernandez, down and away. Weber gets the full. Nate Coronado waiting on deck. Barnstormers and Blue Crabs even at 1 here in the 4th inning. Three balls, 2 strikes. Here's the payoff. Weber swings and misses at a pitch in the dirt. Hernandez crossed him up. 6 strikeouts for Gabby tonight. That ties him with Jonathan Albaladejo for the league lead. But he gives up the pitch to Sean Halton. Halton with the home run. 1 run, 1 hit. No errors, nobody left. Bottom half of the 4th inning coming up in a 1-1 tie.
Celebrate the history of our national pastime at the National Baseball Hall of Fame and Museum in Cooperstown. See priceless treasures that will bring your baseball memories to life. Cooperstown is where you, your family, and your friends can relive baseball's greatest moments and honor the all-time greats of the game. Plan your family visit today at baseballhall.org.
Hey, Barnstormers fan, be in the know as soon as it happens. We have a number of social media options for you to stay in touch with everything Stormers. Know what Silo's up to, the latest player moves, game results, schedule changes, and be the first to get in on surprise flash deals. Or simply buy our tickets or ask us questions. So like us on Facebook, follow us on Twitter or Instagram, watch us on YouTube, and be a part of the growing Barnstormers family on social media.
New life for Tommy Shirley as we head into the bottom of the 4th inning, tied at 1. Michael Snyder and Sean Halton exchanging, no doubt about it, home runs. And the Bees holding on for a 6-5 win over the York Revolution. So the Barnstormers will be up at least 2 in the Freedom Division race coming out of tonight. Still obviously quite early. Just 22 games in. Sugarland trying to get to 10-11. They're up 4-2 at home in the bottom of the 6th inning. Here is Michael Snyder, who hit that home run back in the 2nd. Neither one left anything to the imagination. Foul ball back, no balls and a strike. You knew Snyder's was gone. You knew Halton's was gone. And you knew Garner's was gone in game 1. We're talking if you flip the field at Clipper Magazine Stadium and they're hit to right, balls that are onto Clay Street. High and outside from Tommy Shirley. 1 ball, 1 strike. Not only has Snyder homered tonight, Angelo Sonko has as well. So he has his 19th. Casey Hobson still leading, and he's been gone a month. Ball 2 is low, 2 balls and 1 strike. He left on the 27th, did Casey, if I remember correctly, or the contract was purchased on the 27th. 2-1. And to Snyder, ball 3 is low. 3 balls, 1 strike. Alex Glenn, the right fielder, waits on deck. It's good to see this kind of an effort out of Shirley once again. It's his second pretty good start on this road trip. 3-1 to Snyder. He swings and crushes one to center. Amaral racing back. This is over his head, and this is gone. It's sliced just enough to miss the batter's eye. Snyder with his second home run of the game. He and Halton are putting on a power show. That is a monster of an opposite field home run. For Michael Snyder, he's got his 20th of the season, and Southern Maryland is back in the lead 2-1. 3-1, and Snyder was sitting on it. That if that ball stays straight and doesn't slice at the last second, it's off the edge of the batter's eye. But it missed by maybe a foot to the right and enough elevation to clear the 8-foot high wall to the outside of the batter's eye. That's 400 feet plus on the home run by Snyder. Bringing on left-handed batting Alex Glenn. He's 0 for 1 on a ground ball. Well, those 2 home runs were impressive off the bat of Snyder here tonight. A ball is inside and low to Glenn, 1-0. And ball 2 is high and inside. Snyder goes about 6'4", 6'5". He is listed at 6'4", 245 on Glenn. 2-1, Southern Maryland, lower half of the 4th inning. Shirley comes back, finds the range to get the 3-1. Zach Cohn waiting on deck. You know, when we come back on the 14th for that makeup game, they could switch and go to Hernandez. Swing and a foul tip, and another one gets Tyler Clark. He's having a rough one. 2 foul tips have gotten him, and he's nailed himself with one. Three balls, 2 strikes on Glenn. Restarting the inning following the leadoff home run by Snyder. He has 2 of them. Second inning, he led off. That was to left center field. And in the 4th inning, he goes just to the right of the batter's eye. Three and 2 on Alex Glenn, and Tyler Clark being tended to by trainer Jared Benner. And one of the arguments that the Barnstormers presented, because they wanted that championship game to be tonight, and so many things can happen in 16 days. You could get back to that game, and the Barnstormers might have more signings or an injury. Foul tip at the plate again, still 3 and 2 on Glenn. And he busted his bat with that one, requesting a new piece of lumber. 3 balls, 2 strikes, the continuing count here. But you could lose a couple of key pieces between now and then. One team or the other could find that big stick. Somebody might be out there. It got rained out last night, and the decision was made to move it to the 14th and away from tonight. Strike 3 called on Glenn. Tommy Shirley bouncing back. 4th strikeout for Tommy. He'd have a great game going if he could avoid Michael Snyder. There's Zach Cohn. He grounded out back in the 2nd. And the whole thing came up just suddenly last night. All along, we've been told if it got rained out on Friday, it would be played on Saturday. Ground ball again on the right side, almost identical to the last one Cohn hit. And an easy play for Rico. 2 outs here in the 4th inning. Bringing on Patrick Palmero. Palmero 3 for 4 tonight. He has a single in this one. 2-1. The lead held by the Blue Crabs as the big boppers keep exchanging home runs. Snyder and Halton. Coronado, Millage, and Clark will bat in the top of the 5th inning. Palmero standing in. He packs a wallop. Shirley's pitch cut on and missed. No balls and a strike. And since the Barnstormers, even though it was cut to 7 innings, did win this first game tonight, swing and a miss, Palmero batting at 0-2, it's going to be a little awkward if Southern Maryland wins the game on the 14th. And hopefully the Barnstormers will have a reasonable second half lead. You hope. So many things can change. Lancaster on the year right now is 14 games over 500, 52 wins and 38 losses, and approaching the best overall record in the league. They're getting very close to that. Matter of fact, I think they'll tie it if they can win this one. Foul ball off to the right by Palmero. Still 0-2. They'll tie it if, I think, Somerset loses. Here's the pitch. Fastball is up. Ball 1 and 2 strikes on Palmero. Yeah, if Lancaster wins, Somerset loses. The Barnstormers will tie for the best record in the league. 2-2 now. Barnstormers at the moment lead Long Island by 7 games in a potential wild card race there. They're, again, at the moment, if you give Long Island the win tonight, there's a swing and a miss. Palmero is gone. Shirley strikes out number 5. But if you give Long Island the win, then the Barnstormers are 6.5 up on the Ducks and even with the Bridgeport Bluefish in the race for wild card spots. It's over here in the bottom half of the 4th inning. 1 run, 1 hit, no errors, nobody left on. We complete 4 here in game 2. Southern Maryland has the 2-1 lead.
After you juggle the kids, sports, homework, housework, and squeeze in a moment for yourself, there isn't much time left to plan activities to keep your family having fun together. So give yourself a break and head to Strasburg Railroad, where the 45-minute steam train ride is just the beginning. There are family-friendly train events, vintage baseball, shop tours, a steampunk weekend, plus our popular Day Out with Thomas trains. The fun is as endless as your imagination. Reserve your tickets at strasburgrailroad.com.
The Federal Tap House is a great place to stop by after a Barnstormers game and continue your enjoyable evening in downtown Lancaster. Featuring 100 beers on tap, including many craft beers from here in Central PA, the Federal Tap House has something for everyone's palate, not to mention a full bar and elegant wine selection for the non-beer geeks in the group. For the entire lineup of brews, check online at federaltaphouse.com. That's at Federal Tap House, 201 North Queen Street, just blocks from Clipper Magazine Stadium, or at their other location in Harrisburg.
Gabby Hernandez will be facing the bottom 3 in the Barnstormers batting order as we get to the top of the 5th. Coronado, Millage, and Clark stepping in. Nate Coronado looking to extend his road hitting streak to 11 games. It's not been a great doubleheader for Nate, but he has been involved in a couple of double plays here in game 2 that have helped out. 1 out of 5 as a batter this evening. Hernandez got him to ground out back in the 2nd inning. The motion and a Coronado breaking ball. That is lined toward left center field, but it fades back toward Cone. An easy out, 1 away. Lasting's Millage will come to the plate. Millage fly to center back in the 3rd. Wellington Dotel is back in Bridgeport. Michael Nix went to Taiwan. Dyrone Verona inactivated by York a couple of days ago, and Josh Prince by Sugarland. Here's a pitch to Millage, runs back to the inside corner, strike 1. Gabby Hernandez working with a 2-1 lead, 1 out here in the top half of the 5th inning. Very well-pitched game on both sides except for the home run balls. Snyder with 2, Halton with 1. To Millage, that is strike 2 on the outside corner, and you can't throw it much better than Hernandez has here on the first 2 pitches, right on the edge on both. Oh, 2 coming to Lastings. The motion, the pitch. This one is wasted down low. Ball 1, 2 strikes. I have 60 pitches for Gabby Hernandez through 4 1/3 innings. Pitch count really climbed on Darrell Thompson in game 1. Here's the 1-2. Millage gets a breaking ball high, bouncer to 3rd. Waiting for it to come down is Losada. Good arm, and he guns down Millage 5-3. 2 outs. Tyler Clark will step in. Initially, had the hopes of a Bridgeport base hit right there. Those high hoppers from the out around home plate, but it did not have enough elevation to it to get over the head of Losada. And boy, he made a good strong throw right there. Clark has had enough, and Anderson De La Rosa has taken over. De La Rosa batting for Tyler here in the 5th inning. Clark has just been abused back there tonight on foul tips and one of his own. Here's the wind and the pitch to De La Rosa. That's just off the outside corner. Anderson in game 1 was 0 for 2 with a walk and a run scored. He also torched a ball down the left field line that barely went foul before he struck out in the 4th inning. Would have been a double. The 1-0 pitch popped up to shallow right center. Brian Bistain going back. He'll put it away. An easy inning for Gabby Hernandez, just 7 pitches in the 5th. He sets the side down in order. Barnstormers running out of outs here in game 2. We're through 4.5 of a 7-inning contest. It is 2-1 Southern Maryland.
Gockenauer Appliances in East Petersburg is your hometown appliance store with hometown values. We always give back to our community, and this year we are proud to be a sponsor of the East Petersburg Amphitheater Project. Stop in and purchase from us and keep your money here, helping others in your community. We are back again this season with a $25,000 giveaway at the stadium, and you can stop in and register for a Barnstormers game jersey. We want to be your appliance store and give back to all of you. Gockenauer Appliances in East Petersburg.
Hey, Jane, check it out. 2 brand new Fast Play games from the Pennsylvania Lottery.
Yeah, you just pick your game, get your ticket, and see if you've won.
And with Payday, you could win progressive top prizes instantly.
Instantly? That's fast.
Not faster than me drinking this frozen slush.
You okay?
Ouch. Headache.
Oh.
Fast Play. Play fast, win instantly. The Pennsylvania Lottery. Players must be 18 or older. Please play responsibly. Benefits older Pennsylvanians every day.
Tyler Clark still with enough to warm up Tommy Shirley as we go to the bottom of the fifth inning, but Anderson De La Rosa will take over behind the plate. Bistain, Wiggins, and Losada unscheduled against Tommy. And again, it's been a solid ball game for Shirley, except for his encounters with Michael Snyder, who has torched 2 home runs. Snyder hits him in bunches anyway. This is his 5th multi-home run game of the season, which is just insane. They don't come along all that often, those multi-home run games. Casey Hobson had 3 out of his total of 21 home runs. Garrett Weber's had 2. And, of course, Jerry Sands had a back-to-back nights against the Barnstormers. The Barnstormers now have allowed 7 multi-home run games this season. The long ball has been an issue for the pitching staff this year. Brian Bistain will lead off here in the 5th. He walked his previous plate appearance against Shirley. Tommy's allowed 5 hits and the 2 runs over his 4 innings. He has walked 1 and he has struck out 5. He has at least 1 strikeout in every inning. But this is still a pretty good building block for the left-hander, trying to bounce back from the shoulder ailment. Ball 1 is inside to Bistain, 1-0. I think the term ailment applies more than injury. But he had to be shut down for a while. 2-0 on Bistain. The pitch outside, Ryan Wiggins waiting to bat next. The offering, bounced foul behind the third base coach's box. 2 balls, 1 strike. Back on Monday, Shirley had 70 pitches in 5 innings, about 61 tonight. Ground ball rolled to the shortstop, a skimmer right at Coronado. He pours the throw across the diamond, cuts down Bistain, who runs well. 1 out here, and Wiggins will step in. The catcher, a strikeout victim, back in the 2nd inning. Lancaster will get 2 more shots at Gabby Hernandez and maybe Cody Epley. But the way Hernandez has pitched so far tonight, and his pitch count is low, I would think that John Harris might save Cody Epley for tomorrow. Amaral, Noel, and Clevenger to bat in the top of the 6th. 1 out here. Shirley to Wiggins. It is off the outside corner. Ball 1, no strikes. This is the third, take that back, third multiple home run game by an opponent on the road for the Barnstormers this year. Luis Cruz, June 24th at York. Brian Pounds back on the 16th at Sugarland. Sands had a back-to-back nights in Lancaster. Jamar Walton, of course, the 3 home run game. And Lance Sawatsky with a 2 home run game off of Brian Evans in the home opener. Called second strike on Wiggins. It's 1-2 from 6'5" lefty Tommy Shirley from the Pittsburgh area. He got him a swing and a miss. That is 6 now for Shirley here tonight. He's pitched well. Jose Losada stepping in. Losada has struck out and singled. Two are out, nobody on base. Shirley into his windup, and he is far outside to Losada. De La Rosa had to reach to the backhand. It's ball 1-0. Losada 3 hits total in the doubleheader tonight, including a double absolutely roped into the right field corner in the 7th inning in game 1. That inning got really scary. Lancaster holding on to win 5-4. Anthony Carter shut it down for the 19th time in a row. Foul ball back by Losada. And we are dead even at a ball and a strike here. Carter blew 2 of his first 3 save opportunities as he was just trying to get settled into the season. And since that time, he's had a couple of bad outings when in a non-save situation. He has been brilliant shutting him down. Off-speed pitch away. 2-1, the count to Losada. By the way, they have the ball strikeouts, the lights working, ball strikeout lights out on the left field scoreboard. They were not on our first 2 trips here on the season. 2-1, and that is wide of the plate. Losada working on a walk here. Edwin Garcia, the shortstop, due next. Three balls and a strike. Here's the wind. And that ball is clubbed deep to the alley, left center field, way back it goes. And that is up against the fence. Losada will sprint into second with a 2-out double. Boy, he has swung the bat well tonight also. That ball up against the fence out in left center field. Didn't quite have enough elevation to get it out. Here's Edwin Garcia, who has reached on an infield base hit and struck out looking. Third extra base hit for Southern Maryland here in game 2. And again, Shirley giving up the extra base hit on a 3-1 pitch. It was the same count Snyder hit the second home run last inning. Trying to stay away from the base on balls. Losada at second base with the double. Garcia trying to stretch his club's lead to 2 here in the bottom half of the 5th inning. Shirley looking back at Losada and to Garcia now, outside and low, ball 1. One ball, nothing. The Barnstormers are going to be able to get into that mode where they'll have the extra reliever, and I'm not sure who that's going to be necessarily. Line drive right at the third baseman Weber, right into his breadbasket. That'll end the inning. But there is a pitcher coming in on Monday, somebody we do know, and the Barnstormers will be able to rotate that pitcher on and off the inactive list like everybody else does in this league. In this inning, no runs, 1 hit, no errors, and a man left. We have the 6th inning coming up here in the nightcap with the score, Southern Maryland 2, the Barnstormers 1.
We can't help but always want more, especially on the road. More horsepower, heightened handling, elevated design. Get more out of your drive with the Lexus IS. Bold styling, track-tuned handling, available 306 horsepower. Experience the exhilaration of the IS 350, IS all-wheel drive, and IS Turbo. See Bobby Rahal Lexus in Mechanicsburg.
Enjoy baseball and music this summer at Clipper Magazine Stadium. No matter what your taste in music might be, we have a night for you. Rock, oldies, country, funk, jazz. We have it all covered over 8 weekend nights this season. Each of those evenings will kick off with a Barnstormers game at 6:30. Following the baseball action, music will take the spotlight to complete our entertainment doubleheader. Check your Lancaster Barnstormers pocket schedule or our website at www.lancasterbarnstormers.com to check out the concert dates. Barnstormers Baseball. Make a night of it.
The top of the order for the Barnstormers here in the top of the 6th inning, 44-56, the crowd tonight at Regency Furniture Stadium. The Southern Maryland Blue Crabs with the 2-1 lead over the Barnstormers in the nightcap. Lancaster grabbing the opener 5-4 at one point, leading by a 5-0 score in that game. And Southern Maryland got a run back in the fifth and then 3 in a very scary bottom half of the seventh inning. Bo Amaral on the lead off here and takes a ball from Hernandez. Amaral 1 for 2 on the night. Next offering drops to the inside corner. Beautiful pitch. And we are even at 1 ball and 1 strike. Noel and Clevenger will follow. Lancaster trying to make up a run. Amaral taps a foul. It is quickly 1-2. Hernandez has only allowed 3 base runners. Amaral with the single in the third, Halton the home run in the fourth, and the other one, Garner, awarded a base hit. It was a pop-up that got lost in the twilight and landed almost on top of the first base bag. Nobody could rescue Michael Snyder. Amaral up there 1-2, just trying to ignite something for the Barnstormers. Hernandez to the plate. That's cut on and missed. The throw will have to go down to first base. Hernandez strikes out his 7th to take the league lead. Well, he is having a stellar season, and I have to suspect that John Harris is going to make the switch, and Gabby Hernandez will be starting that title game on August the 14th. And that's kind of one of the arguments the Barnstormers are going to have, as they had been told all along that that game would be the first game played whenever it happened in this series. And now Southern Maryland has the opportunity to regroup. To Rico Noel, huge breaking ball, a knee buckler, and it gets back for a strike 0-1. Hernandez definitely has it all working. No balls and a strike to Rico. He's hitless in 2 at-bats. Smashed to short. Bobbled for a second by Garcia. Good throw. That's quite a play. Edwin Garcia got a glove on it to the backhand. Didn't control it initially. The ball popped back up, and he was able to recover it and fire across to get Noel 2 away. Here is Steve Clevenger looking for his first hit of the doubleheader. Clevenger has struck out and popped out here in game 2. Hernandez needs 4 more outs. There's no reason, I wouldn't think, for him to be pulled after 6 innings, the way he has pitched tonight. To Clevenger, it is low, ball 1-0. Southern Maryland on 2 Michael Snyder home runs with the lead. Clevenger gets ball 2. That's delivered off the plate. 2 balls and no strikes. Cole Garner in the on-deck circle. Barnstormers would get Garner, Halton, and Weber up there in the 7th. They're all right-handed batters, but they've got the opportunity to shoot for that short dimension in left field. 2-0 to Clevenger is high. 3 balls and no strikes, so a chance for Garner to get up there this inning. Two 1 Blue Crabs. Here's the 3-0 pitch. Clevenger takes all the way and looks at a strike to get it to 3-1. Hernandez has stayed entirely away from the base on balls in this game. 7 strikeouts. 3-1, waggling the bat. The pitch to him is yanked out to right field, and that will settle for a base hit, and it's misplayed by Glenn, but he got enough of it to hold Clevenger at first base. The Barnstormers have the tying run on with 2 outs in the 6th. Clevenger picks up the 4th Barnstormer hit. Now here is Garner, who has reached on an infield base hit and struck out against Hernandez. 1 out of 2 for Cole in the nightcap, 4 for 6 in the doubleheader. Sean Halton into the on-deck circle. The Barnstormers hoping for something dramatic to happen here to extend the winning streak to 7. A season-high 6 at the moment. Clevenger out to a lead. Breaking ball, good for a strike. 0-1 to Garner as Hernandez uses that big hook to get back to the inside corner and get the advantage in the count. Well, the inning would be building if Noel had been able to get that ball through Garcia. He stung it. Inside, Garner gets hit, and Halton will bat with runners at first and second. Cole Garner hit for the third time on this road trip. Wiggins will go out to have a discussion quickly with Hernandez. Chris Richards out there as well. Halton doesn't need the home run now. He can tie the game with a base hit. And it looks like the Barnstormers are going to a pinch runner. They are. Trayvon Robinson will run for Clevenger here. And the natural move is that Trayvon will go to left. And you will see Sean Halton come into play first. So Robinson will limber up. Meanwhile, we get a visit to the mound from James Frisbee, the pitching coach. It's a whole new coaching staff really here in Southern Maryland, except for Joe Walsh, who is a volunteer. Again, very good friend of Stan Clyburn's. I first met Joe in 2014. We had a get-together down here at Butch's old host family. I had the opportunity to go there with Joe and Butch and Stan and had quite a fun evening. Joe Walsh is a great storyteller. The Barnstormers have the pinch runner officially entered in. Halton trying to tie the game with a base hit. It is 2-1 in favor of Southern Maryland. Lancaster glad to have the opportunity to use a pinch runner. There were times not so long ago that was not available. The Barnstormers were down to the bare bones. So here is Halton against Gabby Hernandez, first and second with 2 outs. The first pitch is popped up on the right side. Fading back is Bistain. He'll give it over to Alex Glenn. Halton going after the first pitch for the second AB in a row, but this time comes up empty. It's no runs, 1 hit, no errors, 2 left. Weber, Coronado, and Millage will be scheduled in the 7th. First, we need to get through the bottom half of the 6th inning with the score. The Southern Maryland Blue Crabs 2 and the Lancaster Barnstormers 1. Enjoy great ballpark food at discount prices. The Lancaster Barnstormers offer numerous chances to enjoy your favorite ballpark foods this summer. On Sundays, Burke's hot dogs are only $1 all game long. Hess's Barbecue brings back the all-you-can-eat pig roast on Mondays and all-you-can-eat chicken and ribs on Tuesdays. Tuesdays are also Fill Your Tummy nights at the stadium, where for only $10, you can stuff yourselves with popcorn, hot dogs, fries, nachos, and soda. Upstairs, we have Pat's Pizza and Pinball Mondays and Fat Pig's Wing Wednesdays, where you can pair food and beer with a Barnstormers game. Barnstormers baseball, make a night of it.
Silicon, microprocessors, and thousands of lines of code. Raw elements transformed into innovation by Lexus. For a limited time, experience advanced safety technology for yourself at the Lexus Golden Opportunity Sales Event. But hurry, these offers won't last. Now through September 5th. See Bobby Rahal Lexus in Mechanicsburg.
So the anticipated defensive moves are made. Sean Halton grabs his first base glove and heads in from the outfield. Trayvon Robinson moves into left after pinch running for Steve Clevenger. We go to the bottom of the 6th. Tommy Shirley stays on the mound. He'll face LJ Hose to lead off here. Hose is wrapped into 2 double plays. The second one very neatly started by Rico Noel, handling a ball up the middle he had no business getting to. Shirley's first delivery is low to Hose. Ball one, no strikes. Will Tommy face Michael Snyder a third time? It looks like that will be the case. Here's the ball one pitch, line drive, base hit to right field for Hose. The leadoff man is on here in the sixth inning. Cody Epley has started to warm up for Southern Maryland. Snyder will step in. He has slugged 2 home runs, 1 to left center and 1 to right center. Over the very far corner of the picnic deck in the second inning leading off, and just to the right of the batter's eye in the fourth. And here comes Scott Patterson. They don't want it happening a third time. That could be lethal in this game. 2-1. The Blue Crabs leading, trying to get some insurance across here in the bottom half of the sixth inning. Patterson calls the entire infield in. Trying to, I think, stall for some time here, but Shirley will be facing Snyder. There has never been a 3-homer game, home or Barnstormers or opponents, when the ball club has been on the road. They've all been in Lancaster, including Jamar Walton and Garrett Weber this season. That Michael Snyder will have a chance here. It's been, I think, just 2 swings in 2 home runs against Shirley. Infield set, double play depth. Snyder could bunt here and cross us all up. I don't think so. Hose the runner at first, Shirley to the plate, and that catches the inside corner, strike 1. Tommy Shirley's allowed 7 hits. He has walked 1, struck out 6. Trying to keep his team within 1. Weber, Coronado, and Millage are scheduled in the Lancaster 7th inning. Shirley ahead, no balls and a strike against the behemoth known as Michael Snyder. Here's the 0-1, down and away. Good stop made by De La Rosa to get the 1-1. Hose has 1 stolen base so far for Southern Maryland. He hasn't been here all that long. Infield set up, double play depth. 1 ball, 1 strike to Snyder against Tommy Shirley. Left-hander looks toward first, comes to the plate, up and in, ball 2 and a strike. You really can't afford a walk here either. Shirley will probably face Snyder and then Alex Glenn. Cody Epley has been in a little bit of a slump lately. He's one of the premier closers in the league. Well, the Barnstormers would like to see him down by just 1 run going into the 7th. Fouled away. Snyder batting 2-2 against Shirley here in the 6th inning. Trying to stretch Shirley out. Two balls and 2 strikes. Shirley gets an out here. It will officially be his longest performance of the season. Snyder will back away for a quick moment. Strikes. Snyder looks like he's swinging a toothpick up there. Shirley ready to go. Here's the 2-2. Popped up foul. Halton starts after it. That will get to the seats. And the count continues at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Barnstormers home Monday to take on the New Britain Bees. Jarrett Leverett will be getting that start. And it should be a rematch against Kyle Simon. 2-2 to Snyder. Shirley ready to go. That pitch is wrapped the shortstop. Coronado, Noel, and a low throw back to first handled by Halton for the double play. 6-4-3, 2 outs. And Alex Glenn coming to the plate. Shirley benefiting from a double play for the 3rd time. That one should have been routine, but Noel did not make a good throw on the pivot, and he really had all day. Fortunately, Halton was able to handle a reasonably long bounce. Glenn stepping in with 2 outs and the base is empty. Well, Shirley, 1 out from a quality start. Getting the signal from De La Rosa. Tommy to the plate, and it's a strike at the knees on Glenn. He is hitless in his first Atlantic League action, 0 for 5 in the doubleheader tonight for the lefty batting Glenn. Shirley comes back at 0-1. Breaking ball cut on and missed. Tommy's ahead 0-2. This has been a nice effort for Tommy Shirley. And he hasn't been backed up by any run support, squaring off against the guy who has really established himself as the leading candidate for Atlantic League Pitcher of the Year, Gabby Hernandez. Breaking ball just misses. Shirley thought he had it. He bounced off the mound, but it's ball 1. Zach Cohn waits on deck. Though Shirley could actually record the second complete game by a Barnstormer this year if Lancaster does not score in the 7th inning. That's grounded to second. Noel will throw out Glenn, and all in all, a very good performance for Tommy Shirley here tonight. No runs on 1 hit with no errors, nobody left on base. We'll go to the 7th inning. Weber, Coronado, and Millage are the scheduled hitters. They'll need 1. It looks like Cody Epley will be coming in. We'll have it for you in just a moment right here on the Lancaster Barnstormers YouTube channel. Lancaster Bible College has been around since 1933, but did you know that they offer degrees in much more than just Bible? LBC offers degrees in criminal justice, business, professional counseling, and more, as well as graduate and seminary degrees in areas like Christian care, chaplaincy, education, and leadership studies. To learn more about LBC and the programs they offer, visit lbc.edu. That's lbc.edu.
And music this summer at Clipper Magazine Stadium. No matter what your taste in music might be, we have a night for you. Rock, oldies, country, funk, jazz. We have it all covered over 8 weekend nights this season. Each of those evenings will kick off with a Barnstormers game at 6:30. Following the baseball action, music will take the spotlight to complete our entertainment doubleheader. Check your Lancaster Barnstormers pocket schedule or our website at www.lancasterbarnstormers.com to check out the concert dates. Barnstormers Baseball. Make a night of it.
One-time Barnstormer Cody Epley is looking for his 25th save of the season here tonight. He's trying to protect a 1-run lead, 2-1, as we go to the top half of the 7th inning. All right-handed batters scheduled for the Barnstormers, and the best bet to step in and swing the bat left-handed against Epley has already been penciled into the ball game. Trayvon Robinson used as a pinch runner in the 6th inning, and you really can't argue with that move. The Barnstormers needed to increase the speed at second base in case Halton had come up with a single in that situation. Now, Epley facing Garrett Weber leading off for the season. Cody Epley is 1-4 with a 2.79 ERA. He has the 24 saves, 3 of those against the Barnstormers. Weber to lead off. He was 0 for 2 on strikes against Gabby Hernandez. Hernandez out after 6 innings tonight, 4 hits and a run. No walks, 7 Ks. He did hit a batter and served up 2 wild pitches. The Barnstormers, outside of a home run by Halton in the 4th inning, have not had a runner past second base. Weber leads off here. Epley ready to go. First pitch is fouled behind the plate. No balls and 1 strike. Quite an effort for Gabby Hernandez. And you would have to say through the 6 innings, out pitching Tommy Shirley, who also has given his ball club a quality start here tonight. Ultimately, a really nice effort for Shirley. All the runs on solo home runs on both sides. Pitch outside to Weber. Ball 1 and strike 1. Coronado, then Millage. De La Rosa is in the hole. Barnstormers have Josh Bell available, but he's coaching third, so I don't think they're going to use him. Here's a 1-1. Ball 2 is low to Weber. 2 balls and a strike. He'd be loosening up if the Barnstormers had any thoughts about using JB as a pinch hitter. Two balls and a strike to Garrett Weber against Cody Epley, who's walked 11, struck out 36 in 38 and 2/3 innings. 2-1 delivery, hopper foul, and Josh will bobble and recover. 2 balls and 2 strikes on Garrett. Weber 1 out of 3 in the opener. He had all kinds of problems with Gabby Hernandez, striking out, swinging both times up here in game 2. Barnstormers just down by 1, and they've pulled some games out in the last inning this year. To Weber, here's the 2-2 offering. Bouncer towards shortstop. This will be easy for Garcia, and that is out number 1. Weber grounds out, bringing on Nate Coronado. He's 0 for 2 in the nightcap, trying to extend his road hitting streak to 11 games. May not even be aware of that. Just trying to do something to give the Barnstormers that hope here in the 7th inning. York has already lost tonight. The worst the Barnstormers can do is have a 2-game lead about a third of the way into the second half. Lancaster having won the opener of this doubleheader. Coronado batting with Millage on deck. Epley to the plate. Nate looks at a fastball for strike 1. Southern Maryland has handled Coronado better than any other ball club has so far. Has 1 hit and 6 ABs in the twin bill. 0-1 from Epley. That's well outside and low. Coronado batting at 1 apiece with Millage waiting on deck. You'd love to see the dramatic happen here in the 7th inning. The Barnstormers have won 4 times this year when they've trailed going into the final inning, and that ties a franchise record. The last time they did it was the game against the Long Island Ducks on the Gindel home run. Breaking ball snaps back to the inside corner. Epley has Coronado at 1-2. Cody into the motion. 1-2 delivery. That's low. And a 2-ball and 2-strike count here. Barnstormers trying for the doubleheader sweep. Sean Holton tied this game. Michael Snyder untied it immediately. Coronado with a swing and a miss, and that's 2 outs for Epley here in the 7th. It is up to Lasting's Millage. Millage has flied out and grounded out. He is 0 for 2. Final hope for the Barnstormers here in the 2nd game. Now, what is going to happen 16 days from now? Will it be Gabby Hernandez against Brad Bergeson? Will John Harris make that switch? And based on what you've seen tonight, I certainly would be inclined to do that. Here's Millage stepping in, Epley to the plate, and strike 1 recorded. And the Barnstormers, if that game should happen to go the wrong way, are not going to be a happy bunch. 0-1. It is low. A ball and a strike on Millage. Anderson, De La Rosa due next. Millage trying to keep this ball game alive. Epley ready to go. Here's the 1-1. Lastings takes ball 2 outside. Now 2 balls and a strike. Here's the motion. Epley to the plate. Check swing. They'll ask for help, and they get it. Millage can't believe that Brian DeBrouwer rung him up there, and now it's 2-2. That decision changes the complexion of the at-bat entirely. 2 balls, 2 strikes. The Barnstormers are down to their final strike, looking to extend a winning streak to 7 that they ran into. Gabby Hernandez, I would have to say, the best pitcher in the Atlantic League, and showing it tonight, giving up 1 run on 4 hits in 6 innings. Two balls, 2 strikes with 2 outs. Epley to Millage. Ball 3 is low. It fills the count with De La Rosa scheduled to bat next. Millage with the 1 home run hit earlier on the homestand, or I should say on the road trip, in the 9th inning at New Britain on Tuesday. Payoff from Epley. Here's the 3-2, and Millage gets the walk. So the game continues. First walk given up by Southern Maryland pitching in the second game. They walked 5 in the opener. And it's De La Rosa. Anderson hitless in the doubleheader, 0 for 3 with a walk. He does have 2 of his 3 home runs this season against Southern Maryland. Millage representing the tying run. Does he feel comfortable about a stolen base attempt here? Held by Snyder in this 2-1 game. Epley to the set, and a De La Rosa first pitch strike. It is 0-1. 44-56, attending the doubleheader. Not everybody's still here. We started 5 hours ago. Here comes the 0-1. De La Rosa with a comebacker. Epley an easy play, and that'll end it here tonight. A doubleheader split between the Barnstormers and the Blue Crabs. For Lancaster in the top of the 7th. No runs, no hits, no errors. 1 man left on base. We'll be back with the line totals from our doubleheader tonight in just a moment. Barnstormers winning the opener by a score of 5-4. Southern Maryland takes game 2. The final score 2-1.
Celebrate the history of our national pastime at the National Baseball Hall of Fame and Museum in Cooperstown. See priceless treasures that will bring your baseball memories to life. Cooperstown is where you, your family, and your friends can relive baseball's greatest moments and honor the all-time greats of the game. Plan your family visit today at baseballhall.org.
Hey Barnstormers fan, be in the know as soon as it happens. We have a number of social media options for you to stay in touch with everything Stormers. Know what Silo's up to, the latest player moves, game results, schedule changes, and be the first to get in on surprise flash deals. Or simply buy our tickets or ask us questions. So like us on Facebook, follow us on Twitter or Instagram, watch us on YouTube, and be a part of the growing Barnstormers family on social media.
Well, you split on the road. That's okay. The Barnstormers with the doubleheader split tonight here at Regency Furniture Stadium. In game 1, Lancaster winning 5-4 with 5 runs on 10 hits, 2 errors, 8 left. And for the Blue Crabs, 4 runs on 11 hits, no errors, 7 men left on base. The win to Brad Bergeson, 7-6. The loss to Darrell Thompson, 5-6. Anthony Carter with his 20th save. Cole Garner with the lone home run of the game, a 2-run blast. in the 5th inning. Garner, the star in game 1. He drove in 4 of the 5 Lancaster runs. He also had a 2-run double in the 3rd inning. 2 hours, 26 minutes, the time of the opener. In the nightcap, it was Gabby Hernandez simply out pitching Tommy Shirley. Hernandez giving up 1 home run, Shirley 2, and that was the extent of the offense. 2 runs, 7 hits, no errors, 3 left for Southern Maryland. The Barnstormers 1 run on 4 hits with no errors and 4 runners left on base. Hernandez with the win. He is 8-1 on the season. They lost to Tommy Shirley. He falls to 0-3, but a really nice effort. Good to see for Shirley here tonight. Epley with the save is 25th. And all the runs on the homers. Sean Halton with 2 outs and the bases empty for the Barnstormers, his 18th of the season, but Michael Snyder did him one better. He hit numbers 19 and 20. His first 2 times up, they came leading off the 2nd and leading off the 4th, and that was good enough for the Southern Maryland victory in game 2 of our doubleheader. 2-1 Southern Maryland after the Barnstormers win 5-4 in the opener. We'll be back with a quick recap of tonight's doubleheader, and then we'll look at the out-of-town scores when we return on the wrap-up show coming your way next here on the Lancaster Barnstormers YouTube channel.
PA's largest accounting and consulting firms is proud to support Barnstormers Baseball from tax advisory and audit services.
Celebrate the history of our national pastime at the National Baseball Hall of Fame and Museum in Cooperstown. See priceless treasures that will bring your baseball memories to life. Cooperstown is where you, your family, and your friends can relive baseball's greatest moments and honor the all-time greats of the game. Plan your family visit today at baseballhall.org.
Not only does the Federal Tap House have the largest selection of craft draft beers in Lancaster City, they have amazing food to go along with those elite beers. Open every day for both lunch and dinner, their menu has something for everyone, including a special lunch menu available every Monday through Friday, as well as their normal menu. So when you're in the mood for great wood-fried pizzas, handcraft coal-fired burgers, or our all-inspiring duck fat fries, head over to the Federal Tap House. That's the Federal Tap House, 201 North Queen Street in downtown Lancaster, open by 11:30 every day of the week.
Doubleheader baseball tonight at Regency Furniture Stadium, resulting in a split. The Barnstormers take the opener 5-4. It was the Cole Garner show with a 2-run double in the 3rd and a 2-run homer in the 5th. Trayvon Robinson driving in the other Lancaster run on a double to the gap in left center field in that 5th inning. Lancaster built a 5-0 lead, and then surviving the scare, Southern Maryland responded with an RBI double by L.J. Hose in the bottom of the 5th inning. Brad Bergeson took the game into the 7th with a 5-1 lead, but seemed to have nothing left. Patrick Palmero led off with a double to the gap in right center field. Jose Losada doubled down the right field line. Edwin Garcia singled behind second base. Garrett Weber made a heck of a stop on the play. They had Losada around 3rd, but mishandled the rundown, and as a result, Blue Crabs ended up at 2nd and 3rd with nobody out. Anthony Carter came in and saved the day. He retired 3 batters in a row on a sac fly, an RBI ground out, and another ground ball to shortstop. Carter recording his 20th save of the year. In the nightcap, it was simply the home runs. Michael Snyder leading off the 2nd and the 4th innings. Sean Halton with 2 outs in the 4th. The Blue Crabs, other than that, picked up 5 hits and a walk off of Tommy Shirley, but Shirley was adept at getting out of trouble. He got 3 double plays, turned behind him, and in fact, in that game, Southern Maryland ended up going 0 for 2 with runners in scoring position. Didn't do much more than that. They got the home run by Halton. They were 0 for 3 with runners in scoring position. They got the home run by Halton in the 4th inning. They got Cole Garner reach second on a single and a wild pitch in the second inning. Bo Amaral, same thing in the third. And then the biggest threat came in the sixth when Steve Clevenger singled into right field. Cole Garner was hit by a pitch, but Hernandez, on his final pitch of the night, got Sean Holman to fly out to shallow right field, ending that threat. The Barnstormers picked up the 2-out walk in the seventh. That was it. So we'll be back with the out-of-town scoreboard coming your way momentarily right here on the Lancaster Barnstormers YouTube channel.
Localflavor.com, local flavor. Localflavor.com, local flavor.
Excuse me. Are you saying localflavor.com?
Oh, yeah, it's where I save big bucks on all kinds of things. Home improvement projects, dining out, family fun, electronics, jewelry, clothing. I even bought my wife a fancy spa package for half price.
Half price?
Yep, you know all the deals you find in Clipper Magazine.
I love Clipper Magazine.
Well, they're all on localflavor.com too. And you can get them right on your phone thanks to localflavor.com's mobile app. Here, take a look.
Look at all these restaurants, amusement parks, car washes, fitness centers. This is worth sharing about.
Exactly. Localflavor.com online, the Local Flavor mobile app, and Clipper Magazine together. It's like a triple play.
Do the cheer again. I'm in.
Localflavor.com. Local Flavor. Come on, everybody. Localflavor.com. Local Flavor. Localflavor.com. Local Flavor.
Well, the Barnstormers and Southern Maryland were splitting a doubleheader here at Regency Furniture Stadium. There was a full slate of baseball around the Atlantic League tonight. The New Britain Bees with a 6-5 victory over the York Revolution, and that helping out the Barnstormers' cause. Elsewhere, it was the Long Island Ducks trashing the Bridgeport Bluefish 11-5. Sugarland holds off Somerset 5-3. Taking a look at the major league scores in earlier finals, Dodgers 2 and the Giants 1. Seattle over the New York Mets 3-2. The Yankees outlasted Tampa by a 5-4 score, and it was the LA Angels up 6-5 over Toronto. Detroit beat Houston. Final score there was 5-3. The Rockies have finished off the Nationals this evening, 4-2. They're in the 10th inning in Philly. The Braves and the Phils knotted at 3. Cubs and the Brewers deadlocked at 1 in the 9th inning. Kansas City has slipped ahead of the Boston Red Sox 8-6 at Fenway. They're in the 7th inning. Miami up 7-3 over Cincinnati. That is now a final. The White Sox have rallied to tie Cleveland. It is 4-4 through 7.5. Baltimore Orioles with a 4-0 lead over the Texas Rangers. They've gone to the bottom of the 6th. Austin Bibbins-Dirks starting the game tonight for Texas. Not his best outing. San Diego 4-0 over Pittsburgh in the 6th. Arizona 7-1 ahead of the St. Louis Cardinals in the top of the 9th. And it's Minnesota with the early lead 2-1 out at Oakland. They're playing in the 3rd inning. We'll wrap up this series tomorrow here at Regency Furniture Stadium. The Barnstormers and the Blue Crabs with the rubber game coming up. Drew Hayes, 5-4, will take the hill for Southern Maryland. The Barnstormers will have Brian Evans with a record of 6 wins and 3 losses. We'll have it for you beginning with the Gockenauer Home Appliances Dugout Report. We'll grab Ross Peoples. I had interviewed him yesterday. That game got rained out. We were talking about the setup for the playoff game, so that whole thing got shot down. So that interview tonight would have been absolutely positively meaningless. So that'll do it from here. Again, the split 5-4 Barnstormers in game 1, 2-1 Southern Maryland in game 2. So until tomorrow, for all the cast and crew at Clipper Magazine Stadium, I'm Dave Collins. Have a great evening, everyone, and we'll see you at the ballpark.